Zhao Manfu replied, what you said makes sense. This matter is like this for the time being, so don't tell others anymore. I'll think about how to deal with it. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, then I will go back to the office and wait for your notification about this matter. Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office. Yu Xingjie came to Zhao Manfu's office and said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, can I treat you to dinner tonight to give me some face? Zhao Manfu asked, who are there? Yu Xingjie agreed, it's just me and another good friend. I'll pay the bill and there's no need to ask the project department for reimbursement. Zhao Manfu replied, the reimbursement is not my money, it is the company's money. Why do you need to use your own money to treat guests? Yu Xingjie replied, then don't worry about it. You don't need to pay anyway, as long as you are willing to go. Zhao Manfu replied, you are treating me, of course I will go. Yu Xingjie replied, when I get off work in the afternoon, I will drive to pick you up. We went to eat at the famous seafood restaurant in Nanhai. Zhao Manfu replied, you can arrange it. In the evening, in private room 666 of the seafood restaurant, Zhao Manfu sat in the upper seat, with two people sitting on the left and right, namely Yu Xingjie and his friend Chao Shingen. After the three of them sat down, Yu Xingjie introduced to Chao Shingen, Mr. Chao, this is Mr. Zhao, the production manager of our Western architecture Nanhai area. Then he introduced to Zhao Manfu, this is a very good friend of mine. His surname is Chao. Chao of Chao Chao, the two characters of Shengenji are Shingen. Zhao Manfu laughed and stretched out his hand to shake Chao Shingen's hand and said, Mr. Chao, nice to meet you. Chao Shingen replied, Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you. Yu Xingjie called the waiter at the seafood restaurant over and asked, bring the menu over here and let us lead the order. The waiter replied in a low voice, sir, our store does not have a menu, we all order from the seafood in the lobby. May I ask which gentleman will come with me to order? Yu Xingjie asked, Mr. Zhao, do you want to order food together? Zhao Manfu waved his hand and said, you should order the seafood. If I go, the seafood will know me, but I don't know the seafood. Yu Xingjie said to Chao Shingen, then Mr. Chao, please arrange the dishes and order the best seafood. Chao Shingen smiled and said, okay, I'll make arrangements. Let's go, waiter. Yu Xingjie asked Zhao Fu, should the three of us drink some liquor? Zhao Manfu replied, just drink some beer by the way. Yu Xingjie smiled and said, the people on the beach here, who often eat seafood, don't like to drink beer, but like to drink white wine. Zhao Manfu asked, oh, what's the reason? Yu Xingjie smiled and explained, I heard that seafood cannot be eaten with beer, as it is easy to get gout. Zhao Manfu said with a slight surprise, oh, there is another saying, forget it, I'll drink white wine as you suggested. Yu Xingjie replied, okay. Then we will drink Luoyinjai, your famous wine from Sichuan. I brought 6 bottles. That should be enough. Zhao Manfu replied, that wine usually comes in bottles per pound. How can the three of us drink so much? Yu Xingjie chuckled and said, I'm not treating you. I can't bring enough wine. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you, drink more later, you have to finish your quota of 2 bottles of wine. While the two were chatting, Chao Shingen came back from ordering food and said, Mr. Yu, Mr. Zhao, I'm going to order the best seafood. I wanted to order 2-headed abalone, but the waiter told me that there was no abalone, and the best one was 3-headed abalone, so I ordered 3-headed abalone. Recommended, the reading app 1M using recently, Chanyuan Artifact app, has many book sources, complete books, and fast updates. Yu Xingjie joked, are you going to order a 10-pound lobster? There is none. Chao Shingen smiled and said, Mr. Yu, you're really smart. There really isn't one. The waiter said that the biggest one weighs nearly 2 pounds. I just made do with one. The crabs were said to have turned yellow in the past 2 days, so I ordered 6. Others also ordered a conch, a salt and pepper shrimp, and a scallop seafood soup. For the vegetarian dishes, I asked the waiter to pair them with two of the most popular ones here. Yu Xingjie asked, you only ordered this small amount of food, don't you not eat enough? Zhao Manfu said quickly, that's enough, that's enough. There are only 3 of us and we have ordered so many dishes. It is easy to waste. We must not add more dishes. Chao Shingen smiled and said, Mr. Yu, you see what Mr. Zhao has said, if it is really not enough for us after the meeting, I will add more food. Look, okay. Yu Xingjie replied, yes. Come, come, I've poured the wine. Mr. Zhao, this glass is yours. Mr. Chao, this glass is yours. Chao Shingen took the wine glass with both hands and said, thank you, Mr. Yu, for being so polite. Yu Xingjie smiled and said, you're welcome, go and order seafood for us. The best seafood is never found. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this. While the 3 of them were chatting, the waiter gradually served the dishes. Yu Xingjie said to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, please bring 3 glasses of wine for us to eat. Zhao Manfu said, with these 3 people, let's not talk about drinking. Won't we get married if we drink together every time? Chao Shingen smiled and picked up the wine glass and said, I think Mr. Zhao's proposal is very good. Yu Xingjie smiled and picked up the wine glass and said, that's okay. For this first glass of wine, Mr. Chao and I will toast our Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, okay, I respect you too. The 3 of us drank this first glass of wine together. After the 3 of them drank the first glass of wine, Yu Xingjie stood up and filled the 3 wine glasses with wine cups. The 3 of them exchanged glasses and chatted according to their interests. Unknowingly, they had finished the 3 bottles of liquor. Yu Xingjie opened the 4th bottle of liquor and filled everyone's glasses and said, this is the 4th bottle of wine. Let's try our best to drink all 6 bottles. Zhao Manfu thought to himself, these 2 people have a good drinking capacity. On average, each of them drank a kilogram of wine. They are still in such good spirits. Forget it, I can't compete with them for drinks. So Zhao Manfu said, there are 6 bottles of wine, and we will definitely not be able to finish it today. We have opened the 4th bottle. It will be over after drinking. Don't open any more wine. It would be really bad if the 3 of us got ourselves drunk. Yu Xingjie replied, yes. After hearing what Zhao Manfu said, Chao Shingen quickly replied, Mr. Zhao, your proposal is very good. In fact, Chao Shingen couldn't stand it for a long time. Before tonight's dinner party, he prepared various measures to relieve his hangover. He even took the opportunity to go to the toilet while drinking and vomited several times. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Yu Xingjie saw that he had almost drunk the wine. Although he didn't see how drunk Zhao Manfu felt, he couldn't stand it. Yu Xingjie thought that he couldn't control so much anymore, and he still had to say what needed to be said. Otherwise, if he dragged himself further, he would probably be too drunk to speak. After Yu Xingjie thought about it, he asked Zhao Manfu while he was drinking, Mr. Zhao, let me ask you a question, is the relationship between Zhang Yunqing and you good? Can you control him? Zhao Manfu was almost done drinking, but he said truthfully, Zhang Yunqing's relationship with me is okay. He came to Western architecture on my recommendation. As for whether you can control him or not, that's a hard question to answer because his temper is so weird that I don't think anyone can control him. Yu Xingjie was unwilling to give in. What kind of result was this? So he continued to ask, who has no temper? As for whether the words sound good or not, it doesn't matter and does not affect the essence of the problem. I want to ask, after he handles the matter, he will usually come to you, right? Right. If his opinion is inconsistent with your opinion, will he definitely listen to your opinion? That's basically it. That'll be easy. Zhao Manfu asked, what did you say? Why did I hear it so confusingly? It's easy to handle. Zhao Manfu deliberately acted like he was stuttering when speaking. Sure enough, Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen exchanged glances, and then nodded, indicating that they both knew that Zhao Manfu was almost drunk. Yu Xingjie said, "Chao Shingen, Mr. Chao, do you know which leader of our company he has a good relationship with?" Zhao Manfu shook his head and replied, "I don't know." "Please tell me." Yu Xingjie said, "He and President Bai Jiangwen of our company grew up together. The relationship between the two of them has been relatively good since childhood." Chao Shingen said, "My relationship with Mr. Bai is not an ordinary relationship. When people grow up, many people lose contact with each other. Bai and I are always in contact. I stay in my hometown, and he often asks me to help take care of things at home. In the past few years, Mr. Bai has become more prosperous. Seeing that I was still poor, he pointed out a way for me and asked me to follow Mr. Yu to do some business here." Yu Xingjie said, "So Mr. Zhao, after you know this situation, let me report again. During this period, when our 3 units were checking the seedling price declaration forms, some of the quotations were very different. The reason finally found out was that the seedlings were expensive to buy. There are several varieties here that are expensive to buy, and we don't tell lies in front of real people. I don't want to calculate this data, but Zhang Yunqing urges me to get the results every day, which is really annoying. I had no choice but to give him the data on how much it cost. As a result, he said it would affect the gross profit margin of the project too much and asked me to reduce the cost. I was quite angry at the time and told him that he couldn't make the decision. But he didn't tell me clearly what he was going to do. Although he couldn't make the decision, he needed to sign the relevant contracts, progress payment, and settlement forms. So I thought about it for a long time and didn't think of what to do. Mr. Zhao, can you please give me some help and guidance?" Chao Shingen smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao can't give us advice in vain. Let's toast to Mr. Zhao first." Yu Xingjie picked up the wine glass and said, Yes, let's toast to Mr. Zhao first. Come on, let's do it." Zhao Manfu calmly picked up the wine glass, and the 3 of them drank a glass together. Zhao Manfu slowly put down the wine glass. Yu Xingjie still filled the 3 people's wine glasses enthusiastically. Zhao Manfu asked slyly, "I have just arrived not long ago, and I haven't figured out the situation yet. For this matter, Zhang Yunqing did indeed show me the table you calculated. The problem is quite serious. How do you want to deal with it?" Yu Xingjie said, "This itself is a project that rushes for work. The price is not uniform, so it is easy to justify the higher price. As long as there is no noise on the project, Mr. Bai will report to Mr. Chao himself. We can guarantee that no one in the company's seedling system will come to find out about this matter." Chao Shingen stood up and said, "You guys chat first, I'll go to the hall to see if there are any dishes that can go with the wine and add 1 or 2 more." After Yu Xingjie waited for Chao Shingen to leave, he whispered to Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, if you have to bring this matter to the company, talk to Mr. Bai Jiangwen and Bai Jiangwen. I guess it is impossible for Mr. Bai not to punish the project due to official business. At the same time, you also have a responsibility that you cannot shirk because you only discovered the problem now that the contract has been signed. My suggestion is that it is better to let Mr. Chao take the responsibility if there is a problem. He will explain to the company that it is indeed expensive. Based on his relationship with Mr. Bai, the 2 million is a small number, so naturally forget it. If you help solve this problem here, firstly, your help on this matter will not be in vain. Second, if you are dissatisfied with the company in the future, I can reflect your thoughts to Chairman Bai through Mr. Bai. Therefore, if the relationship between us is harmonious, it will be beneficial to both parties. Now you are working alone in the company. To put it mildly, there are people digging holes for you everywhere. There are so many people waiting to see your joke." Zhao Manfu asked with a frown on his face, "How do you know that I am laughing too much?" Yu Xingjie replied, "Okay. This is a good question. The 2 projects in the Nanhai area you came to are relatively bad, and they are said to be the last and the second to last. The current Nanshan project is the second worst registered project in the company. The reason why the Nanshan project is bad is that first of all, it is a second-hand project. We did not sign a contract directly with the builder. Secondly, Party A was very dissatisfied with the progress of our work rush and the quality of the construction, and asked us to replace the vice president of production. The third is Zhou Wencheng, the project manager. He is not afraid of anything. He is not allowed to buy into anyone's account. If he has something that he cannot figure out, no one can tell him and there is no way to communicate with him. Moreover, this person doesn't like to curse or even hit others, which is a common thing. Therefore, although you are a talent that Boss Bai is optimistic about, the executives below the boss do not like capable fresh blood like you. They worry that you will seriously affect their standing in the eyes of their boss. So, I can't stop you from coming, right? Well, I'll give you the worst project. Zhao Manfu replied, I didn't know this before. Yu Xingjie chuckled and said, if you knew, you would definitely not come to take care of this place. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, thank you for telling me so much. Come on, Yu Gong, let me toast you. Yu Xingjie replied, do it. Zhao Manfu said, then when the time comes for you, you should invite Mr. Bai Jiangwen and Mr. Bai over. You must meet him. Yu Xingjie replied, you can invite him over within a week. I will ask Mr. Chao to handle this matter. Chao Shingen returned to the table and said, the lobby said that the chef has gone off work and can't add more dishes. Zhao Manfu replied, Mr. Chao, what other dishes should I add? There is no need to add more. It would be a waste if you order too much. Yu Xingjie suggested, Mr. Zhao, there is still a little wine here. Let's divide the wine between the three of us and find a place to fight the landlord. Zhao Manfu replied vaguely, okay. Yu Xingjie divided the wine equally into three people's glasses, and the three drank it up together. Yu Xingjie stood up crookedly and said, let's go, I'll pay the bill, and we'll go play cards. Chao Shingen said in a low voice, Mr. Yu, when I went to add food just now, I saw that there was no chef, so I took the order and bought it. There is a tea house right next to here. I have booked a private room. Let's go and have a look. If possible, we can play cards there. Yu Xingjie smiled and said, okay, I said it was my treat, but you bought the bill. Then he asked Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, do you think Mr. Chao has such emotional intelligence? Zhao Manfu replied, this is not a compromise, it is simply too good. Chao Shingen led the three of them to the private room upstairs and quickly arranged the tea. The three of them fought against the landlord. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, Zhao Manfu won more than 30,000 yuan, Yu Xingjie lost more than 8,000 yuan, and Chao Shingen lost more than 20,000 yuan. Zhao Manfu had a great time, and Yu Xingjie arranged for someone to send Zhao Manfu back to his residence. After Zhao Manfu left, Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen said, when you were drinking, when you wanted to add dishes, Mr. Zhao made a request to me, asking me to invite Mr. Bai Jiangwen and Mr. Bai over. I promised him to invite Mr. Bai over within a week. Remember to do this. Chao Shingen said, yes, Mr. Bai was telling me a few days ago that he asked me to find one Wally for him. He said that when he found it, he would come and get it himself. It's just that he's so busy, so he doesn't know if he'll be able to come. Yu Xingjie replied, you are stupid. Even if you are busy during the day, you don't know how to ask him to come at night and arrive at work the next morning. There are so many flights between Nanhai and Kyoto. We can choose the one in Nanhai. The southern scenic area received him. When the time comes, invite Mr. Zhao together, have a meal, play cards, and everything can be solved. Chao Shingen asked worriedly, what if Mr. Zhao really wants to find Mr. Bai to get to the bottom of it? Yu Xingjie replied, this is generally not done in the workplace. Even if it is done, it will not affect us. At most, we can just give more benefits to Mr. Bai. Bai always knew the little things we were doing, but we were relatives and a family, so we didn't squeeze out all the oil and water. Chao Shingen replied, in that case, after Mr. Bai comes, we can just concentrate on the reception work. There is no need to think of anything else. Yu Xingjie replied, as long as you entertain Mr. Bai, you know Mr. Bai's character, and you will naturally greet Mr. Zhao clearly and ask him to take care of you and me. As long as Mr. Zhao personally witnesses this situation, he will naturally no longer doubt us. Chao Shingen asked, okay. I understand. According to what you said, we don't need to discuss profit sharing with Mr. Zhao. Yu Xingjie replied, no need to talk to him. After talking about it clearly, he might not dare to do it at all, or he might stretch his hand very far. Both of these results are unacceptable to us. It's better to improve our interpersonal relationships so that he doesn't dare to take unfavorable measures against us easily. Usually, like today, I treat him to dinner and drinks, talking about feelings, not money. Occasionally play cards and deliberately lose a little to him to make him happy and help him find psychological balance. Chao Shingen said, I listen to you, Mr. Yu. Zhao Manfu drank a lot. When he got up, he found that it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. After tidying up, he came to the office and happened to meet Zhou Wenqing looking for him. After opening the office door, Zhao Manfu asked, have you finished your matter with the director last night? Zhou Wenqing lowered his head and took a long puff of cigarette. He blew out the smoke again and said more uncomfortably, I found Mr. Huang, there is no problem in drinking to make you happy. But they don't accept the red envelopes. He also reminded me that let the three bidders work together to find a solution. Zhao Manfu replied, his reminder is very important. How did you consider it? Zhou Wenqing replied, if there are three families, we ourselves will be useless. So I want to notify both of them to come over and discuss it. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, you can call them to make an appointment. If you can, come over now. Following Zhao Manfu's advice, Zhou Wenqing took out his cell phone, found Zhuang Zhiren's phone number in the phone address book, and dialed it, Mr. Zhuang, if you are in the project department, come to Mr. Zhao's office. There is something important. Needs to be discussed. Zhuang Zhiren replied on the phone, yes, we can be there in about 10 minutes. Zhou Wenqing found Yu Linfei's phone number in the phone address book and dialed it, Mr. Yu, is it in the project department? Yu Linfei replied on the phone, yes. What's the matter? Zhou Wenqing replied, I'll be at Mr. Zhao's office of the project department in about 10 minutes. There are important things to discuss. Yu Linfei replied on the phone, okay, see you later. Zhao Manfu called Zhang Yunqing and informed, please come to my office. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone, he quickly came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu said to Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing, before they come to bid, we have to discuss this communication issue with the director ourselves. Mr. Zhou, please tell me your suggestions for handling this. Zhou Wenqing replied, I understand that the other party must think that the money is too little, but in fact he can't play a big role in appraising the price, but if he doesn't sign, it won't be reported. I think you can give a little more, but I understand it can't exceed 100,000, otherwise it will be difficult to handle many jobs in the future. If we have to ask for money to do anything with them, it can be said that our work will be impossible in the future. Zhao Manfu asked, Yunqing, what do you think? Zhang Yunqing replied, I agree with the suggested range value proposed by Mr. Zhou, which is to solve this problem between 1 and 100,000. And there is no need to give him the money first. You can tell him that he has to sign first before he can get the money, making it a little more difficult for him. Otherwise, he will think that with a wink, the construction company will give in, and the money will be too easy to earn. I'm afraid that it will further encourage his evil tendencies. Zhao Manfu arranged, I understand, and I agree with your suggestion. Later, when Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu arrive, Mr. Zhou will give the lecture and conduct the main discussion. After reaching an agreement, we will prepare and handle the matter according to the unified opinions. Zhuang Zhiren walked into Zhao Manfu's office out of breath. Zhang Yunqing quickly went to pour Zhuang Jiren a glass of cold water. Zhuang Jiren took the water and took a sip and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I'm so thirsty." Then he put the water cup on the coffee table and asked, "Did Mr. Zhou also have an appointment with Mr. Lin Fei?" Before Zhou Wenqing had time to answer, he heard Yu Lin Fei laughing at the door. "Mr. Zhuang, I asked you out, can you not ask me out? I was not far behind you just now. I called you but you didn't agree. I ran in front. It's the wind that's fast." Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, "Sorry, I was in a hurry on the way and was thinking about something, so I didn't hear your voice clearly." Zhou Wenqing replied, "What do you mean I didn't hear your voice clearly? If there is a beautiful woman calling Mr. Zhuang there, I think she can hear her no matter how quiet she is." Yu Linfei smiled and said, "I finally understood. It turns out that I refuse to agree to Zhuang Zong because I am not charming enough." Everyone laughed. Zhou Wenqing waited for everyone to finish laughing and said, "I'll tell you two bosses some bad news." Zhuang Jiren said expressionlessly, "It's okay, Mr. Zhou, just tell me." Yu Linfei also said, "There will always be some problems with a project. Just tell me, it's okay. My little heart should be able to withstand it." Zhou Wenqing said, "Okay." We took the seedling valuation declaration form to Party A, the cost maker, and the supervisor. Party A and the cost agreed with us to report according to our own opinions. But the supervisor is the only one who is annoying here. He doesn't agree to sign directly and says he needs to review it. Zhuang Jiren asked, "Did you go to him empty-handed?" Zhou Wenqing said, "No, I asked Director Huang to have dinner and prepared a red envelope worth 10,000 yuan. As a result, the other party didn't accept it, and then reminded me and asked me to come back to the three companies to figure out a solution together. So, I invited the two of them over to discuss it." Zhuang Jiren asked, "This guy is so annoying, why don't we find Party A's connections to suppress him?" Zhao Manfu waved his hand and replied, "Mr. Zhuang, generally this kind of situation is not suitable to be handled this way. You think it has something to do with whether we can win the bid. His supervisor wants to win the bid. If it doesn't matter, he can win. Even if he does, can he do it smoothly?" Zhuang Jiren replied, "If you don't ask the leader to say hello to him, then the only way left is to spend more money to communicate." Yu Linfei replied, "We have done a lot of projects, and the routines are all the same. Anyway, there are people who will either block you here or block you there. We are all used to it. I think it might be more effective to directly discuss how much money can be spent to settle this matter, otherwise the discussion will be a waste of time." Zhou Wenqing smiled and raised his thumbs and said to Yu Linfei, "Mr. Yu is very precise and thorough in his approach to problems. How much do you recommend spending to settle this matter?" Yu Linfei replied, 30,000, 10,000 for each family, so that everyone can be accountable to their own company. It's like having an extra holiday to celebrate. Zhuang Jiren replied, "I think it's a bit less. I think the total number is at least 50,000. Zhou Wenqing replied, "Yes, the total number is 50,000. In this case, there is no need to share it equally among the three families. Mr. Zhuang and we each contributed 20,000, and Mr. Yu contributed 10,000. Let's take a look, okay?" Zhuang Jiren replied, "Okay, I agree." Yu Linfei replied, "Okay, I agree." Zhou Wenqing asked, "When will we raise all the money and when will we do it? Let us also tell you." Zhuang Jiren replied, "It takes 3 days to raise money. If you have time to do things, I don't think you have to worry. We have to prepare the material valuation declaration form and seedling valuation declaration form that we need his signature this time. You can bring it with you. Give it to him when the documents go to be signed." Zhou Wenqing asked, "What if the other party urges me to do it?" Zhuang Jiren replied, "This is easy to handle, you can just say which family is not ready, just delay it a little. The material valuation declaration form here has been prepared. What about your two families? Yu Linfei replied, I can do well today. Zhang Yunqing replied, I should have done it yesterday, but it turned out that it could only be done today. After the meeting is over later, please ask Mr. Zhou to help urge the person who made the materials, and ask him to send the first draft of the material valuation declaration form to me, Mr. Zhuang, and Mr. Yu. Our 3 units will try to discuss it as soon as possible. Just a result that can be confirmed together. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, Comrade Wang Ming is a bit lazy, I will urge him after the meeting. In this case, the time mentioned by Mr. Zhuang to raise money is almost exactly right. Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, the time I mentioned is not random. It is based on the progress of our work. Zhang Yunqing said, in the past few days, I have gone to see Mr. Tao Ting of Jingchuan Group. I have already reported the expected output data to her next month, but she only calculated a total. I have arranged for the detailed data to be submitted to the supervision unit and cost consulting unit. The supervisor is directly arranged to review our estimated completed project volume, and the cost consulting unit agreed to ask Jingchuan Group for its opinion today. If Mr. Tao's feedback is acceptable for review, Mr. Ding will arrange for us to review it in advance. In this case, next month's progress payment can be shortened to 1 day to complete the review. This will significantly shorten the overall length of time required for progress payment review. Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, this is good news. It's almost noon now. Why don't you call the cost consulting unit now and ask how the situation is? Zhang Yunqing replied, I can ask the cost consulting unit, but have you two come up with the estimated output value? Zhuang Jiren replied, I can complete the statistics today. Yu Linfei replied, I can also give the data on the expected output value next month today. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. I'll call Mr. Ding now. Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, found Ding Xiaohe's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and asked, hello, Mr. Ding, is it convenient to talk now? Ding Xiaohe replied on the phone, conveniently, what can I do for you? Zhang Yunqing asked on the phone, I want to confirm with you again whether Mr. Tao from Jingchuan has communicated with you whether our expected output value data for next month can be reviewed. Ding Xiaohe replied, Mr. Tao said that when she went to ask her leader, the leader neither expressed objection nor approval. He only said that this is a technical issue and it is for your professional people to discuss and solve it. Zhang Yunqing replied, oh, that's right. Then these specific details are reviewed by your cost consulting company. I still strongly recommend that you ask us to arrange for someone to cooperate with you to review clearly. To avoid having to rush the data at the end of the month, it will make everyone feel unsure. Ding Xiaohe replied on the phone, yes, but now we only have data from your family, and the data from the other two. Can you coordinate it and bring it as soon as possible, so that I can review the data from the 3 companies together? Zhang Yunqing replied, I have also considered this matter. The data for the second and third bids can be completed today and can be arranged to be sent to you as soon as tomorrow morning. Ding Xiaohe replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, thank you. Bye. After Zhang Yunqing waited for Ding Xiaohe to hang up the phone, he said to Zhuang Jiren and Yu Linfei, fortunately, I first asked you two when they would be able to produce the estimated output value. Just now, Ding Gong asked me to help coordinate the estimated output value data of both of you and report it together. Give it to her so that she can arrange time for review. What I told her was that it could be submitted for review tomorrow. You two bosses should arrange for your subordinates to implement this matter when you go back. Zhuang Jiren replied confidently, no problem, don't worry. Yu Linfei replied, okay, I will arrange this when I get back. Zhao Manfu said, everything we came to discuss today has been discussed. We will adjourn the meeting. Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu have lunch at noon, so they will have something to eat in our cafeteria. Zhuang Jiren said, I can't. I still have several suppliers waiting for me to discuss things. I have to go back and deal with it right away. Yu Linfei replied, Mr. Zhao, I accept this kindly. I still have a few leaders from the headquarters. I have to go back to receive them. The 4 people left Zhao Manfu's office one after another. Seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, Yu Gong, what's going on? Yu Xingjie said, Mr. Chao has made an appointment with Bai Jiangwen. Mr. Bai will visit the scenic spots in Yashan this Sunday afternoon. In the evening, we have arranged a place to drink and play cards. Zhao Manfu asked, then Bai always flew directly from Kyoto to Ashen. Yu Xingjie replied, he flies around the country all day long, we don't care where he comes from. We have made an appointment at the destination, and we just need to take care of the reception at the destination. Zhao Manfu replied, that's okay. Yu Xingjie replied, then Mr. Zhao, I would like to trouble you to arrange the time. Although Mr. Bai promised to come, this person is very difficult to make an appointment with. It can be said that every project hopes that he can go there. Our side has a geographical advantage and it is easier to invite him. Zhao Manfu replied, you don't have to be too humble. If you didn't have a relatively reliable relationship, how could a busy person like Mr. Bai come just as he said? Yu Xingjie said, there are many relationships, and we keep them confidential. We have to trouble Mr. Zhao to help keep them confidential, especially not to tell people like Zhang Yunqing, otherwise we don't know what problems may arise. Zhao Manfu replied, don't worry, I have been around for decades, and I can still control this point. Yu Xingjie smiled and said, believe it, believe it. I will pick you up then, and I will leave first. Zhao Manfu said politely, Yu Gong, please walk slowly. Zhang Yunqing called the material procurement king to his office and asked, during the meeting today, the leader was urging me about your material price declaration form again, and Mr. Zhou promised to come to you to urge it. Has he come to see you? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, I found it. Zhang Yunqing asked, what is the result of your discussion? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, President Zhou asked that it must be completed tonight. But in fact, it will definitely not work out tonight. Zhang Yunqing asked, if you can't do it tonight, when do you think it will be done? Wang Ming, the material purchaser, replied, let's do it tomorrow morning. I will definitely finish this matter tomorrow morning. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, after it is completed tomorrow morning, it will be sent to me immediately for review. At the same time, it will be sent to the second and third bidders for review. Material purchasing Wang Ming replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing asked again, have you had any contact with people from the second and third bids? Material procurement Wang Ming replied, there is no work contact. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I will send you the phone numbers of Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu to your QQ number. Remember to contact them by phone, show them our result documents, and ask for face-to-face communication as soon as possible to verify the materials. Price declaration form. Material procurement Wang Ming replied, okay, I understand. Mr. Zhang, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the office to compile this material price declaration form. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, you have to pay close attention and go get busy. Zhang Yunqing called Yu Dongjin to the desk and asked, how are the things in your hands going during this period? Yu Dongjin replied, I haven't contacted the cost unit about the estimated output value next month. Zhang Yunqing said, the cost unit asked the 3 bidders to be submitted to Mr. Ding for review. The second and third bidders just met at Mr. Zhao's place and promised that they could be submitted for review tomorrow. You can track down the cost consulting unit tomorrow. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing asked again, what about your visa application? Yu Dongjin replied, I am doing the final inspection this morning, and I will hand it over to you for review in the afternoon. There are only a dozen visas, not many. Zhang Yunqing replied, it doesn't matter. It's important to complete it a little bit. Otherwise, if it is delayed, it will be our construction unit that will suffer. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing asked again, have the suppliers sent us the visas they need to apply for? Yu Dongjin replied, I sent some. Zhang Yunqing replied, collect some, yes. We must emphasize to them the visa time limit stipulated in the contract. Visas that are overdue will not be recognized, and visas that have not been inspected by businessmen will not be recognized. Yu Dongjin replied, this is a common question. I don't know how many times I have said it. Zhang Yunqing replied, no matter how many times you say it, it still feels like you haven't said it before. It's still you who say yours and they do theirs. Yu Dongjin replied, it tastes like this. Zhang Yunqing said angrily, this is a bad trend. I always want to wait until later to compile some fake visas to get through. When it comes to business costs, you must stick to your principles and don't ask them to take advantage of this loophole. Yu Dongjin replied, yes. Whenever people from their production or suppliers ask me to go to the site, I basically go. Even if sometimes I don't go, I arrange for Li Shixuan to help go to the site. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. If you can do this, it's already pretty good. We must not only strictly control the visas for this pair, but also ensure that they are done reasonably. We must not let others think that we are trying to block the arrow with our feathers, and we must not let others think that we are holding back the progress of the project. In the afternoon, Yu Dongjin brought the corresponding visa paper documents to Zhang Yunqing for review. Each visa is accompanied by a budget letter. Zhang Yunqing found some problems and asked Yu Dongjin to go back and correct them. For example, the project name, unit, and transportation distance of the visa form do not match the budget document. Multiple visa forms have the same content, but the descriptions on the visa forms are inconsistent, and the price packages in the budget books are also inconsistent. Some visa forms do not have photos attached. Some budget books for visa forms also forget to add unpriced materials after applying the quota. These are common problems that often arise in cost work. Yu Dongjin discussed and confirmed with Zhang Yunqing how each issue needed to be revised and improved, and then took it back to the production manager Su Kun to work together to complete the visa form. By 11 o'clock in the evening, after repeated communication, modification, and improvement by the three of them, the content of the more than a dozen visa forms and the preparation of the budget document finally met Zhang Yunqing's requirements. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Dongjin, with so many visa forms, have you sent the summary of the quotations? Yu Dongjin replied, this is very fast. You can tell it at a glance in the software. According to the budget prepared by ourselves, it is more than 4.5 million. Zhang Yunqing asked again, what's the corresponding cost? Yu Dongjin replied, I haven't had time to calculate the cost yet. How about I calculate it for you tomorrow morning? Zhang Yunqing replied, there are still things to do tomorrow. I estimate that this matter will not take long. Why don't you get off work extra hours to compile the cost data? Yu Dongjin reluctantly replied, okay, I will send you the QQ offline file after I finish the calculation. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Thank you for your hard work. After Zhang Yunqing left the office, Yu Dongjin said to Li Shixuan, why are you so cruel this week? You asked me to work overtime to calculate the cost so late. Shaoli, please come and help me with the statistics. Otherwise, if I do it by myself, I don't know if it will be dawn by the time I finish. Li Shixuan murmured in a low voice, they say Mr. Zhang is a Zhou Poppy, but in fact, aren't you yourself a Zhou Poppy? Isn't there a saying that says, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you? Hey, I have to work overtime again. Yu Dongjin didn't hear Li Shixuan's answer, so she raised her voice and said, Shaoli, didn't you hear what I just said to you? Li Shixuan simply pretended and asked with a hint of shock, I'm sorry, sister Yu, I was distracted just now. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly, can you say it again? Yu Dongjin wanted to arrange for Li Shixuan to work overtime at such a late hour, but she held it back and did not get angry. She chose to say it again, I just said, let you work overtime with me, and make sure that Mr. Zhang asked me to work overtime accordingly. Calculate the cost of visas. Li Shixuan replied, okay, Sister Yu. Please give me the information that I need to collect statistics on. Yu Dongjin found 10 more complicated visa forms for Li Shixuan to calculate the costs, and kept a few relatively small ones for herself. Yu Dongjin completed the statistics in almost half an hour, while Li Shixuan worked hard overtime until 3 in the morning to complete the statistics and sent the data to Yu Dongjin. Recommended, source-changing artifact app, is really good and worth installing. After all, there are many book sources, complete books, and fast updates. After Yu Dongjin arrived in the morning, she preliminarily checked the cost data sent to her by Li Shixuan and merged it with her own cost data. Then he sent the file to Zhang Yinqing, and came to Zhang Yinqing's desk and said, Mr. Zhang, the cost of the batch of visa forms you asked me to count has been calculated. I sent you an offline file on QQ, please check it. Zhang Yinqing replied, okay, I'll download it right away and take a look. Do you remember what the total cost was? Yu Dongjin replied, the total cost is about 2 million. Zhang Yinqing raised some questions about the cost data while watching it, and asked Yu Dongjin to correct it before sending the data. Yu Dongjin spent another hour improving the cost data and sent it to Zhang Yinqing's QQ. Yu Dongjin said, Mr. Zhang, the cost after correction will be around 1.2 million. Zhang Yinqing arranged, I know, after you have prepared the cost data, the visa documents for this batch, and the budget summary documents, give them to me. Half an hour later, Yu Dongjin provided the document to Zhang Yinqing as requested by Zhang Yinqing. Zhang Yinqing took the document and said to Dongjin, thank you for your hard work. Then, Zhang Yinqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with the documents. Zhang Yinqing handed the documents to Zhao Manfu and said, this time for more than a dozen matching visas, the total price of the budget prepared is more than 4.5 million. I asked Yu to calculate the cost, and it was only 1.2 million. Zhao Manfu replied, such a high gross profit. Zhang Yinqing replied, yes, because there is not only the quantity difference, but also the price difference. Of course, if business control is not tight, the quantity difference will be taken advantage of by the supplier. Zhao Manfu replied, I believe your business can control these costs. Zhang Yinqing replied, yes, these costs are calculated based on the relevant visa forms. Zhao Manfu asked, after all, you prepared the budget yourself. Is there any water in it? Zhang Yinqing replied, of course there is some water, but I checked carefully. Once the visa form is signed, if it is just about the fixed quota, it will be reduced by up to 4 to 5 million yuan. Zhao Manfu replied, that's still very impressive. In this case, it seems that if our project manages the visa form well, it is entirely possible to achieve the assessment gross profit rate stipulated in the target responsibility letter we signed for the company. Zhang Yinqing replied, yes. But we still face a huge problem. Zhao Manfu asked, what's the problem? Please tell me. Zhang Yinqing replied, in principle, after the supervisor signs this visa, it will basically be signed and left. Therefore, getting the supervisor to sign is a difficult problem. Zhao Manfu criticized with confidence, this is a problem for you, but for me, it is just a small problem. You see how I handle this matter. Zhang Yinqing looked at Zhao Manfu in surprise and said unconvincingly, I don't believe this is a simple matter. Zhao Manfu ignored Zhang Yinqing's suspicious look, took out his mobile phone, looked up Zhou Wenqing's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and asked, are you in the project department? Zhou Wenqing agreed, in the project department. What can I do? Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu spoke into the microphone, if there is nothing urgent at your place, come to my office immediately. There are important things that need to be discussed together. Zhou Wenqing promised on the phone, okay, I'll be at your office in 5 minutes. Zhou Wenqing hurried to Zhao Manfu's office a few minutes later. Zhao Manfu asked Zhang Yinqing to introduce to Zhou Wenqing the main situation of coming to Zhou Wenqing to discuss the visa. After Zhang Yinqing finished speaking, Zhao Manfu walked up to Zhou Wenqing, patted Zhou Wenqing's generous shoulder and said, "How about it, brother, I'll leave this simple matter of getting the supervisor's signature to you. I'll just do what the boss told me to do. Besides, this is my job in the first place." Zhao Manfu winked at Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing quickly handed the batch of visa information to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing took the visa information and read it carefully, and praised, "This is the visa, it is much better than the one we originally prepared. The reason, time, place and amount involved in the visa are all very clear. I am confident that I can handle the visa matter well." Zhao Manfu said happily, "This batch of visas is very important to us. If it is processed well, it may increase the gross profit margin of the entire project by several points. In this case, the target responsibility letter signed by the project is almost achievable. Therefore, I came to you because I want you to find a way to get things done thoroughly." Zhou Wenqing nodded seriously, "Yes, I understand. I'm going to make an appointment with Director Huang for lunch now to get some quick opinions." Zhou Wenqing tried hard to get Director Huang Yuandong to make an appointment, and drove Director Huang Yuandong to their favorite Hunan restaurant. The two asked for a small private room facing the street, and Zhou Wenqing quickly arranged the food and drinks, all of which were Director Huang Yuandong's favorite dishes. Of course, the habit of eating at noon is definitely not allowed to drink alcohol. The main reason is that I have to go to work in the afternoon. If you drink at noon, everyone's face will be red, and you will talk in the office while drinking. Think about it, you will already be drunk. How can you have time to do business? So, Zhou Wenqing naturally ordered the wine and tea. Tea is good tea, black tea, and nourishing the stomach. It's just that the money is too expensive, nearly 200 for a pot of black tea. Every time I take a sip, I feel like the red tea is like that. Anyway, I took a sip carefully and it was gone for a few yuan. It was really luxurious. The two of them drank tea while waiting for the food to be served. Zhou Wenqing explained why he was so urgent to ask Director Huang Yuandong to help him review his visa information. First, Mr. Zhao was urging me every day, which made me very annoying, so I had no choice but to hurry up and make an appointment with Director Huang Yuandong. Second, if these visas are not signed back, the corresponding visas cannot be signed. If the corresponding visas cannot be signed, the relevant units will have a reason to push back and block the work. Zhou Wenqing also scolded these disobedient subordinates, saying that they were doing some duplicitous things. He agreed in person to arrange the job-grabbing work, but as soon as he turned around, he blocked the arrangement and advancement of the job-grabbing job on the grounds that he had a visa but was not given one. When the on-site engineer saw it, he scolded him. If the next person does a good job, he will not retaliate and hide. There are some people in the next company who are not doing well and have a good relationship with the company leaders. How can they stand the anger of engineers? Often when there was a conflict on site, the company's senior leaders would call me within 10 minutes and scold me. All I could do was listen and endure. It's really frustrating to think about it. 12 Novel Network. Third, these visas are only part of the visas for the first bid section of our Western construction. If you do not sign for approval, you will not be able to get the corresponding project progress payment. This will directly affect the normal work arrangement and operation of the project department. 4 is. 5 is. 6 is. Director Huang Yuandong listened to Zhou Wenqing explain why he was anxious to make an appointment with him. While looking through the visa slip Zhou Wenqing gave him, Huang Yuandong was also thinking about the reason Zhou Wenqing gave this week. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was also a normal situation in the industry. If we don't help the construction unit solve these visa issues now, it is really possible that the rush to work on the project will be delayed. In addition, President Wang Pingyan of the construction agency Jingchuan Group has agreed to give them a construction unit visa. As long as the visa is reasonable and there are no major problems, they should cooperate with the rapid review. Everything is arranged around the rush for work. If the rush for work cannot be completed, then all the participants will be punished. After thinking about it, I guess it will be difficult to collect the supervision fees of my company. After figuring it out, Huang Yuandong said to Zhou Wenqing, "Okay, Mr. Zhou. This is not my first day doing engineering. I know the pain of construction companies. I also know a little bit about the little ones in the construction unit. If you have a pen for this batch of visas now, I will sign them for you." Zhou Wenqing nodded overjoyed and said, "The pen is there, the pen is there." While talking, he hurriedly fumbled for pens in several pockets of his clothes, and amazingly, he actually found a black pen. Zhou Wenqing couldn't help but kiss the cap of the rollerball pen and said, "You have done me a great favor." Huang Yuandong saw Zhou Wenqing's situation and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Then he said sarcastically, "Look at your potential. Could it be that after I signed my signature for you, you still kissed me?" Zhou Wenqing pretended to be angry, handed the black signature to Huang Yuandong and said domineeringly, "Hurry up and sign, you are a man, don't you know it? I'm so handsome, how could I have the wrong orientation?" Huang Yuandong took the signature pen and signed the visa while smiling, "You are really handsome. You are the most handsome among the not handsome ones I have ever seen." Zhou Wenqing asked, "Mr. Huang, that's not how you praise people. Why do I sound like I'm swearing?" Huang Yuandong retorted, "You are so arrogant in trying to get me to sign. After I signed it for you, I can't even curse you. Besides, if you say I curse, am I just cursing? Can you spot a dirty word?" Zhou Wenqing muttered in a low voice, "Hey, educated directors are different. They can't be offended. Not only can they curse without using curse words, but they can also explain it in such a fresh and refined way. It's true that hooligans are not scary, but hooligans are literate." During the process of Huang Yuandong signing the document, Zhou Wenqing searched from time to time to find some topics to amuse Huang Yuandong, fearing that he would find some fault after carefully examining the visa and repeatedly studying it. However, Huang Yuandong is also relatively good and does not find faults. It took almost half an hour to read and sign the visa. Finally, Huang Yuandong reminded, "Now this time I will sign it for you first. You also need to fill in all the visas with some photos of the supervisor present, and then ask the special supervisor to sign for you. If you really have any questions, you can contact me in time. You have to know that grabbing jobs is the top priority. As long as this condition is met, everything will be easy." Director Huang Yuandong used the time before lunch to sign the visa form and told Zhou Wenqing his suggestions for modification and improvement. Zhou Wenqing used appropriate words to express his gratitude to Director Huang Yuandong and expressed his personal admiration for Director Huang Yuandong. Huang Yuandong and Zhou Wenqing spent their lunch time in a pleasant atmosphere. After Zhou Wenqing said goodbye to Huang Yuandong, he quickly drove back to the project department. He called the production manager Su Kun to his office. Zhou Wenqing arranged for Su Kun to implement Director Huang Yuandong's suggestions for improving the existing visas. Zhou Wenqing was concerned about how long it would take to complete this process, but Su Kun said it would take at least a few days. Zhou Wenqing was furious at that time, meaning that these dozen or so visas were supposed to be completed at once, but now the director only asked for a supplementary photo and did not agree to take too long to complete. Production manager Su Kun looked over the visa carefully and immediately called the relevant professional engineer to inquire about the preparation of the photos. Relevant engineers also immediately found some photos, printed them out, and brought them to Zhou Wenqing's office one after another. It took an hour before and after, and Zhou Wenqing witnessed the entire process of perfecting the visa photo. Zhou Wenqing was quite satisfied with Su Kun's speed of improvement, but expressed disappointment with Su Kun's previous attitude. He hoped that Su Kun could more clearly and accurately judge the time a job might take in the future. "Su Kun, take these visas to the special supervisor to have them signed this afternoon. Mr. Zhou, with so many visas, the total price is quite high. I suggest you prepare a red envelope for the supervisor. I didn't even give a red envelope when I went to the director, I just invited him to dinner and that was it. Don't you think you should save some money? In addition, now that the general contractor has signed everything, why can't you sign it back? Then let me try it first. Production manager Su Kun set off with his visa and drove out to buy some seasonal fruits and took them with him to the office of supervisor Hu Sisong. Mr. Hu, eat some fruit. Mr. Su, we are all old acquaintances, and you are still so polite. Mr. Hu, I'm never polite. You know it. The fruit looked good when I was passing by, so I bought some. It tastes pretty good. Have a taste. Well, it's really good. Hey. Stop giggling. You are so busy rushing for work during this period. As an important person in project management, how could you have time to come and eat fruit with me? Tell me, is there anything you need my help with? Mr. Hu, your IQ is too high. He saw through me easily. If you're not flattering material, don't flatter me blindly. I don't like this. That's. Mr. Hu, I have some visas that I need you to review and approve. 135 Chinese. Hu Sisong took the visa information handed over by Su Kun and read it carefully. Asked, have you obtained the visas for the inspection by the leaders? Okay, all three. Hu Sisong checked out his construction supervision log and said, well, the dates and quantities match. I signed these documents right away. There are still a few replacement ones. I'm here to check the thickness data. You can find the visa and show it to me, and we can check it out. These are the ones I'm replacing, Mr. Hu, please take a look. Hu Sisong checked out his construction supervision log and asked, why is the length of this replacement longer than the receipt data we had on site at the time? Is there a reason? Su Kun replied, the leaders don't come to inspect on site. They often say that this needs to be changed and that needs to be changed. Some of them do not have written procedures, causing some completed projects to need to be reworked. The extra data in this section is to make up for these related losses. Hu Sisong and Su Kun checked the damage caused point by point on the construction plan, and finally confirmed after discussion that these visa applications were basically reasonable. Su Kun spent several hours communicating with Hu Sisong. Regardless of whether he was trying to persuade him or saying he was shameless, he finally convinced the supervisor to sign all the visas he had brought. After Su Kun verbally expressed his gratitude to Special Supervisor Hu Sisong, he came to Zhou Wenqing's office with the visa that Special Supervisor Hu Sisong had signed. Mr. Zhou, I went to find the Special Supervisor Hu Sisong, and after several hours of hard work, I finally got his signature signed. Show it to me. Zhou Wenqing checked the visa back and forth, and after confirming that there was no missing visa, he said, Su Kun, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. If there are no other arrangements, I will go to the scene. Su Kun left Zhou Wenqing's office to check the quality, progress, safety, etc. of the site. Zhou Wenqing stared at the visa issue for a while. Lazy, he took out his mobile phone and looked up the phone number of Su Mingjie, the on-site representative of Jingchuan Group's Nanshan project in the phone address book. After staring at it for a few minutes, he finally made up his mind and dialed Su Mingjie's number. Mr. Su, when is the most convenient time? Su Mingjie's voice came over the phone and said, anyway, today is inconvenient. All the meetings in the day are already fully booked. Zhou Wenqing asked carefully, Mr. Su, what about tomorrow? I want to see you in person and need to report to you. Su Mingjie asked on the phone, is it urgent? Urgent. Is it important? It's important. When can we have a chance to meet? You come to the office to see me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good. Zhou Wenqing called this Su Mingjie out of necessity. Zhou Wenqing didn't like calling Su Mingjie very much. Due to the rush for work on the project management is actually quite chaotic. Su Mingjie often comes to the project site to inspect the work. If he is cautious, he will curse people. It is not the kind of whispering, but the kind of high decibel, the kind that is afraid that others cannot hear clearly, and the kind that does not allow others to refute. The kind that will continue to scold you even more severely when you refute is the kind that can tell you all the mistakes you made from the beginning of the project to the present and scold you 10 or 8 times. In this Nanshan project, Su Mingjie is a legend, a scolding legend. Both the supervision unit and the cost consulting unit were scolded by Su Mingjie. Not to mention the general contractor, which was scolded even worse. For example, the gardening professional subcontracting unit where Zhou Wenqing works has a lower level on this project, and being scolded has become a norm. There is no worst, only worse. So if you want to see Su Mingjie, if you don't have to go by yourself, then you must choose Suobian. It's just that this time I need to ask Su Mingjie to sign the visa. If Zhou Wenqing doesn't go by himself, don't even think about sending Su Kuan. Not only will he be scolded, but judging from Zhou Wenqing's understanding of Su Mingjie, it will still be clear. Zhou Wenqing was asked to find Su Mingjie himself. Zhang Yunqing called Wang Ming of material procurement to the office. After learning clearly about Wang Ming's material price declaration form, he became very unhappy and arranged for Wang Ming to print out 3 copies of the semi-finished product. Zhang Yunqing, Yu Danjun, and Wang Ming sat together, each holding a material price declaration form made by Wang Ming. Wang Ming read out the name, specification, model, unit, quantity, cost, and proposed price of each material one by one. A proposed declaration price was negotiated for each piece of material, and Wang's name was recorded on the printed paper document with his signature. It took about 2 hours before the 3 people reached an agreement. Wang Ming, the material purchaser, went to fill in the agreed-upon declaration price into the spreadsheet. During this time period, Zhang Yunqing called to make an appointment with Zhuang Jiren for the second bid and Yu Linfei for the third bid. After many phone calls and negotiations, it was determined that they would meet in 2 hours to negotiate the material valuation declaration form. Wang Ming's work efficiency for material procurement was indeed relatively low. Yu Danjun had to rush many times to fill out and print out the negotiated material price declaration form before the agreed time with the second and third bidders. The people who participated in the discussion of the material valuation declaration form data this time were Zhang Yunqing, Yu Danjun, and Wang Ming from Western Construction, Zhuang Jiren from Daedatong Company, and Yu Linfei from Fuxiang Company, a total of 5 people. After heated discussions, each company wanted to quote as high a price as possible for its large quantities of materials, and the unit price of the material valuation declaration form was finally agreed upon. Yu Danjun and Wang Ming went to Wang Ming's computer to modify and complete the unit price declaration for the corresponding materials. Zhuang Jiren and Yu Linfei took photos of the modification records of the material declaration unit prices for their bids and sent them to their project material procurement personnel to fill in. Zhang Yunqing suggested, "Mr. Yu, Mr. Zhuang, should we discuss with Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhao about the subsequent communication and signing?" Zhuang Jiren replied, "Yes." Zhang Yunqing called Zhou Wenqing and Zhao Manfu and told them to go to Zhao Manfu's office immediately to discuss the matter with the second and third bidders. Zhao Manfu and others sat down together and said to Zhang Yunqing, "You speak first." Zhang Yunqing looked at everyone and said in a calm voice, "As for the material price declaration form, our 3 units have just discussed the final unit price in my office. Now the material personnel of the 3 companies are updating the negotiated unit prices into the spreadsheet. In this case, the material valuation declaration forms of our 3 companies can be completed tonight anyway. Tomorrow, you can take the material price declaration form plus seedling price declaration form to the general contractor, supervision unit, cost consulting unit and construction agency to sign and seal it. After this procedure is completed, the construction agency will report it to the Audit Bureau to start the appraisal review of materials and seedlings." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, thank you all for your hard work. Finally got to this point. So is there any trouble in the signing process? Zhang Yunqing replied, as far as I know, the biggest troublesome part is with the supervisor, Director Huang Yuandong. The specific matter is that Mr. Zhou is running around. Do you want Mr. Zhou to introduce it? Zhou Wenqing continued what Zhang Yunqing said, Director Huang Yuandong is actually quite helpful to us. For example, for our batch of visa forms, he has already signed them for me, and the supervisor has also signed them. We still need to be on site with the construction agency. Signatures on behalf of Su Mingjie and Tao Ting, the person in charge of the cost. I will go out to sign Su Mingjie's signature tomorrow. Now that we are going to the director to sign these price subscriptions, we have to prepare the signing fees originally discussed at the meeting. Otherwise, I guess it will be very difficult. Zhuang Jiren replied, for such an important matter, of course there will be some blood involved. I will call you with my amortized expenses tonight. Yu Linfei replied, I have already prepared it. I will arrange for someone to pay you the fee when I return to the project department. Zhou Wenqing replied, can you call me before 8 o'clock? Able. Sosu novel. Able. Then I'll make an appointment to meet Director Huang Yuandong at 9 o'clock tonight. When will Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu be able to give me printed copies of your information? The second bid can be sent over and printed in half an hour. 3 bids can be sent in and printed in 40 minutes. Mr. Zhang, when can our own pricing information be printed to me? I just sent a text message to ask. The document will be printed out in 40 minutes. Okay, then let's go to the cafeteria together for a quick bite, and then return to Mr. Zhao's office. Finally, we went over the materials to be handed over for signature and seal, as well as the seedling valuation information. What do you think? Everyone agreed to Zhou Wenqing's inspection request. Several people came to the canteen of the Western Building. The chef in the cafeteria is from Sichuan and is good at making delicious dishes. Several people from all over the world returned to Zhao Manfu's office after finishing their meal in a hurry. Zhang Yunqing returned to his office and printed out 7 copies of the material price declaration form and seedling price declaration form that came from the second and third bids. Material procurement Wang Ming printed 7 copies of Western Construction's material price declaration forms and gave them to Zhang Yunqing. Seedling procurement Yu Xingjie printed out 7 copies of the seedling valuation declaration form from Western Construction and gave them to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with these documents. Send these documents to the relevant personnel and ask them to check whether the data in the price declaration form for their bidding section is correct. After more than an hour of checking and discussion, it was finally confirmed that the printed document can be sent directly for review. The amortization expenses of each unit were also transferred to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing called the director to arrange a time and place for the meeting. Since the director did not have much flexible time, Zhou Wenqing seemed to be very tight on time. Zhou Wenqing found several different banks and used several bank cards to get the banknotes he needed. By the time Zhou Wenqing and Director Huang Yuandong met, it was already more than 10 minutes past the agreed time. Naturally, Huang Yuandong criticized Zhou Wenqing again, saying that Zhou Wenqing did not abide by the time agreement and made him wait for a long time. If there was less than 5 minutes left, he would have to leave first. Zhou Wenqing had no choice but to explain that he was looking for a bank to handle the matter, and that a bank could not handle it properly, which resulted in a slight delay. Please understand Director Huang Yuandong. When Zhou Wenqing politely handed the prepared fee bag to Director Huang Yuandong, the blackness on Huang Yuandong's face gradually dissipated, and a smile slowly appeared. After being polite, he finally reluctantly accepted Zhou Wenqing's little words. Zhou Wenqing quickly returned to his car and took out the material valuation declaration form and seedling valuation declaration form that needed to be signed. He opened it page by page, pointed out the places that needed to be signed on each page, and asked Director Huang Yuandong to give his name. Sign it. Zhou Wenqing handed over the material price declaration form and seedling price declaration form to production manager Su Kuan to find the special supervisor Hu Sisong. Seeing that the director had signed it, Hu Sisong asked Su Kuan to sign the seal application form and stamp the project seal of the supervision department. Su Kuan handed over the material price declaration form and seedling price declaration form stamped by the supervisor to Zhang Yunqing. What Zhou Wenqing meant was that Zhang Yunqing would need to coordinate with who else needed to sign and seal it later. After Zhang Yunqing got the price declaration form, he called Ding Xiaohe from the cost consulting company to make an appointment. After arriving at Ding Xiaohe's office, Zhang Yunqing handed the subscription declaration form to Ding Xiaohe and said, "Ding Gong, according to the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations of the Audit Bureau, our subscription declaration form requires your signature before it can be submitted." Ding Xiaohe took the document and read it before replying, "Mr. Zhang, the information we signed must be reviewed before signing." Zhang Yunqing looked unhappy and replied, "Ding Gong, this is just a requirement of the declaration process. After completing the declaration process, the Audit Bureau will organize a multi-unit and multi-department joint inquiry team to review the price. Your signature now does not mean you confirm what our unit price is." Ding Xiaohe asked, "Oh, is that true? That's a bit inconsistent with my usual understanding of the price recognition process. Do you have any basis for saying that?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "There is evidence. I have a photo of the page of the Fixed Asset Investment Management Regulations on this point on my mobile phone. Take a look and see if it is roughly the same as what I just explained." Ding Xiaohe took Zhang Yunqing's mobile phone and carefully read the content of the photo and said, "Okay, I understand. But if you only sign and seal, it usually means that you agree with your price. If you don't agree, you should give an audit price. What do I need to do to cooperate with you in completing this application process without causing misunderstandings?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "You can indicate that it will be used in the price confirmation application process, and the price will be subject to the review of the Audit Bureau. What do you think?" Ding Xiaohe thought for a while and then replied, "I think it's okay, that's it. I'll sign it for you." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Thank you, I also need to stamp the project department seal of your cost consulting company." Ding Xiaohe replied, "You fill out our seal application registration, and I will stamp it for you." After Zhang Yunqing filled out the seal application registration form of the cost consulting company, he asked Ding Xiaohe to check that it was correct. Ding Xiaohe took out the project seal of the cost consulting company and clearly stamped it in the place specified in the form. After Zhang Yunqing thanked Ding Xiaohe, he went to Jingchuan Group to find Tao Ting without stopping. When they arrived at Tao Ting's office, Zhang Yunqing handed the subscription declaration form to Tao Ting. "Mr. Tao, this is the price declaration form we have compiled. Show me. Here you go. We want to submit this price subscription document as soon as possible. All you need to do is sign and seal it." "Okay. Is this the data for your first bid section, Western Construction, or does it include the data for the second and third bids?" "Including the data of our three companies, the three areas A, B, and C in our report actually correspond to the first, second, and third bids. This will make it easier for our staff to respond quickly when reviewing the data." "Can. You have to go to our on-site management person to sign first, and then go to me to sign." "Mr. Tao, which person from your management site is going to sign? I rarely communicate with them, so I don't know them. Can you help bring them over? This is Su Mingjie, the on-site representative. Your project manager Zhou Wenqing is very familiar with him and has to deal with him every day." "Excuse me, Mr. Tao. Take me to talk to him." "Okay, bring the forms and documents and follow me." Zhang Yunqing went to Su Mingjie's office with Tao Ting with the subscription declaration form. Tao Ting introduced Zhang Yunqing to Su Mingjie and explained his intention. Su Mingjie symbolically asked Zhang Yunqing simple questions such as whether the quotation data for the 3 garden landscape bid sections had been included, and whether all the bids had been submitted. Zhang Yunqing explained that it included the quotation data for 3 garden landscape bid sections. In principle, the price declaration form submitted based on the current drawings and information was all submitted. If new varieties and specifications are produced in the future, it is estimated that only it will be settled through negotiation during settlement. At present, the price recognition work of the most important varieties and specifications has been confirmed. Seeing that Tao Ting had brought someone here, Su Mingjie decided to give him some face, so he signed his name in person. After Zhang Yunqing expressed his gratitude to Su Mingjie, he followed Tao Ting back to her office with the subscription declaration form. Tao Ting said, "You are the one who has to review the price anyway, so our construction agency only needs to agree to the declaration. I will sign it for you, and you can go find the girl at the front desk to take you to the office to get it stamped." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, thank you Mr. Tao." Zhang Yunqing came to the front desk with the subscription declaration form signed by Tao Ting, and explained that Tao Ting had arranged to come to her for help. The front desk staff took Zhang Yunqing to the administrative office. The staff in the administrative office checked the information submitted by Zhang Yunqing, called Tao Ting for confirmation, and then readily stamped it with their official seal. After Zhang Yunqing said goodbye to the sealing staff and front desk staff, he returned to the Nanshan project department with the results documents and went directly to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhang Yunqing handed the subscription declaration form document to Zhao Manfu, who read it carefully after taking it. After a long time, he asked, "Yunqing, thank you for your hard work. Next step, what should we do according to the regulations?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "According to regulations, it is handed over to Engineer Li of the Fixed Asset Investment Department, and he reports to Bureau Li." Zhao Manfu asked, "We originally went to Bureau Li, didn't we arrange for Mr. Li to take charge of this matter in person? Can Mr. Li just organize and start appraising the price?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Together our 3 bids, the price of the seedlings alone is tens of millions. I feel that we need to think of a response strategy first, otherwise we will go to the audit bureau directly now, in case something happens. Unexpectedly, we will appear quite passive." Zhao Manfu replied, "How can we come up with a strategy if we don't know the opponent's situation?" Zhang Yunqing explained, "Because I don't know the situation, I understand that I can either lead you to find Director Li to find out. Either I go to Mr. Li to find out. However, based on my intuition, even if I go to Mr. Li, I still want you to go to Bureau Li to communicate." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "For such a big matter, don't rely on intuition. Let's be more careful. You can go find Gong Li now with the information." Zhang Yunqing had no choice but to follow Zhao Manfu's arrangement and go to the audit bureau to find Mr. Li with the subscription declaration form documents. Zhang Yunqing took the valuation declaration form to the audit bureau to find Mr. Li, and wanted to ask Mr. Li to sign for it. Engineer Li found an excuse, saying that you were supposed to be the construction unit to hand over the materials, but now you are the construction company to hand over the materials directly. After signing for the materials, it was inappropriate, and the matter of signing for the materials would not be solved. Let it go. Zhang Yunqing chatted with Engineer Li and wanted to know when a formal inquiry could be organized and whether cooperation from the construction unit was required. Engineer Li's reply was relatively clear. The formal inquiry was organized by the Audit Bureau and did not require the cooperation of the construction unit. Because according to their experience, when they go to the nursery or material manufacturer provided by the construction unit, the prices they get are actually very unreal. It is better for them to organize separate inquiries themselves. Zhang Yunqing is also worried that the unilateral inquiry organized by the Audit Bureau deviates greatly from the actual procurement cost of the construction unit, and is even lower than the cost. What should we do? Engineer Li's reply was very straightforward. Knowing that the prices of seedlings, especially seedlings, were quite confusing, they would inquire about the prices and discuss them with the construction unit. Zhang Yunqing also wanted to know how long the time period would be between inquiry and price negotiation. Li Gong's reply was that it usually takes 1 to 3 weeks. After Zhang Yunqing thought that he understood it almost, he returned to the project department to find Zhao Manfu. Zhang Yunqing suggested that Zhao Manfu arrange time to go to Engineer Li and Director Li of the Audit Bureau to communicate in advance. Zhao Manfu believed that there was no need to search in advance, saying that what if the price provided by the Audit Bureau was already ideal. Zhang Yunqing seriously disagrees with this idea. He thinks that in this current environment, no one has 1 or 2 nursery friends. If they find such familiar people, then the question they ask will not be about the purchase price. Instead, I asked about the nursery price. The price difference between the seedling prices reported in the 3 bidding sections is very large. Zhang Yunqing believes that at least the outbound price does not include freight, unloading fees, transportation losses, survival rates, management fees, profits, etc. If they do not communicate with the Audit Bureau in advance, if they take this route of inquiry, they will have to recognize it as reasonable in the future. For the price, it will be very painful and a struggle to go through. Zhao Manfu said that this matter must not be communicated in advance, and must be communicated after seeing the results. Zhang Yunqing saw that he could not control Zhao Manfu's thoughts, so he could only comfort himself. Anyway, he had already stated all the opinions he could think of, and whether the leader would adopt them or not was beyond his control. Zhou Wenqing took the visa to Su Mingjie. Su Mingjie looked through each visa carefully. For every visa, Su Mingjie was able to find mistakes in Zhou Wenqing's work arrangements at that time, and he would curse at each one to vent his dissatisfaction. Zhou Wenqing's face was ugly, with turns red and white. While Su Mingjie was cursing, Zhou Wenqing still appropriately expressed some of the major reasons for the visa issue at that time, hoping that Su Mingjie could confirm the visa after all the work had been done. After Su Mingjie finished scolding people, he saw that Zhou Wenqing's attitude was not bad, so he finally said, "Why do you have such a good attitude today? No quarrel?" Then, Su Mingjie began to sign his opinions and name on the visa. When Zhou Wenqing saw Su Mingjie, he started signing. He expressed that he was prepared to be scolded, but naturally he had nothing to say. In addition, if the leader scolds a lot, people can grow faster. After Zhou Wenqing waited for Su Mingjie to sign, he collected the visa information, found a reason to go to the site to arrange work, and quickly left Su Mingjie's office. Zhou Wenqing handed the visa information signed by Su Mingjie to Zhang Yunqing and asked Zhang Yunqing to handle the rest. Zhang Yunqing took this first batch of visa information to Tao Ting, the cost manager of Jingchuan Group, and expressed the hope that Tao Ting could sign to support the on-site rush for work. Tao Ting meant that Zhang Yunqing needed to go to the cost consulting unit to review the budget attached to each visa, and then come to her to sign it. Zhang Yunqing was worried that if he went directly to Ding Qiaohe from the cost consulting unit, Ding Qiaohe would find reasons to refuse. After full discussion and communication, Tao Ting called Ding Qiaohe to arrange for her to review the visa attachment budget document sent by Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing had no choice but to take the visa information with him and hand it over to Ding Qiaohe from the cost consulting unit. After communication, Ding Qiaohe promised to complete the review within this month. After Zhang Yunqing returned to the project department, he also told Zhao Manfu about the first batch of visa information and asked if he needed to arrange for someone to communicate with Ding Qiaohe from the cost consulting unit. Zhao Manfu clearly expressed his opinion that the most important thing in this visa valuation is the project quantity. If he just reviews the quota and applies it, it will not have much impact. Zhang Yunqing could only acquiesce. It turns out that the Sunday appointment with Bai Jiangwen has arrived. Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen drove to pick up Zhao Manfu early in the morning. Chao Shingen drove all the way, while Yu Xingjie and Zhao Manfu discussed the specific reception location and content of the reception. The Round the Island Expressway is wide, there are few people, and there are no toll stations, so it is a smooth journey. The three of them drove to the reception point to book a hotel room first, and specially booked a room with mahjong. The three of them tried lunch at the hotel restaurant and found it to be pretty good, so they booked a private dining room for another night. After lunch, it was time to pick up the airport, and the three of them drove to the parking lot of Ashen Airport. Chao Shingen couldn't get through to Bai Jiangwen on the phone, and the notification tone was that his phone was off. The three of them hurried to the arrivals hall of the airport to check Bai Jiangwen's flight information. The result was a big disappointment. The big screen showed a 2-hour delay and the flight had already taken off. It's not an option for three grown men to wait at the airport for 2 hours. So Chao Shingen suggested finding a cafe to fight landlords for a while before coming back down. Zhao Manfu is also very addicted to playing cards. This proposal of playing landlords was immediately approved by Zhao Manfu and Yu Xingjie. The three of them took the elevator to the dining area upstairs in the departure hall, found a quiet cafe, asked for a seat by the window, and ordered a deck of playing cards. The first hour was spent playing cards normally, with some winners and losers, but Zhao Manfu lost. Chao Shingen and Yu Xingjie found a reason to go to the toilet and left for a while. After I came back and continued playing cards, my style had changed. One is that Zhao Manfu's own cards are better. The second is that if Zhao Manfu plays a slightly bigger card, no one will be able to afford it. The three of them were often kicked and knocked down by Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen when Zhao Manfu had better cards. In the last half hour, Zhao Manfu played happily and was in a happy mood, winning more than 3,000 yuan. When the three of them saw that it was time to pick up the plane, Chao Shingen stood up to pay the bill. The three of them went to exit 5 of the arrival hall to wait for Bai Jiangwen. A man about 1.7 meters tall, thin and dark-skinned appeared at exit 5 of the airport. Chao Shingen actively waved and shouted, "Mr. Bai, this way." Bai Jiangwen smiled and said hello, okay. Chao Shingen took the initiative to give Bai Jiangwen a hug as he walked out of the exit. "We haven't seen each other for a long time, Yashan welcomes you." Bai Jiangwen smiled and patted Chao Shingen on the back and said, "Can you represent the people of Ashen?" "On behalf of the three of us, I welcome you in Ashen." Yu Xingjie smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, here we come." Bai Jiangwen nodded. Zhao Manfu chose the right moment, stretched out his right hand, took a step forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Bai." Bai Jiangwen also extended his right hand, shook Zhao Manfu's hand symbolically, and said, "Are you here in person? Don't affect the important arrangements for your project. I'm just here for a visit, and I have to rush back to the Kyoto headquarters for a meeting tomorrow morning." Zhao Manfu quickly replied politely, "Mr. Bai, you are here, which is the most important thing to me." Bai Jiangwen gently patted Zhao Manfu's left shoulder. "Mr. Zhao is good at talking and has high emotional intelligence. I like him." The four of them happily chatted casually and got into Chao Shingen's car parked in the parking lot. They arrived at the reserved hotel half an hour later. Since Bai Jiangwen didn't bring any luggage, he simply said hello to the hotel front desk, and the four of them went to the 666 dining room reserved at the hotel. Chao Shingen quietly found time to tell the waiter that the guests had arrived and the food could be served. Zhao Manfu sincerely asked Bai Jiangwen to sit at the head of the table. Bai Jiangwen was not too polite. After sitting down, he arranged for Zhao Manfu to sit on his right, Chao Shingen to sit on his left, and Yu Xingjie chose to sit on Zhao Manfu's right. Chao Shingen acted more actively as a temporary waiter, washing all four people's tableware with hot tea. Since the four of us arrived early for the meal, there were very few guests at this time, so the food was served quickly and the wine was liquor loyanjai. Chao Shingen suggested that Bai Jiangwen bring the first 3 glasses of wine. After 3 drinks, Bai Jiangwen arranged for everyone to drink freely. Don't be restrained. They are not outsiders. Just be casual and happy. Chao Shingen and Bai Jiangwen recalled how they dug birds' nests together and stole Old Man Li's plums, walnuts, etc. when they were young. They seemed extremely excited and happy. Yu Xingjie took the initiative to find topics to chat with Zhao Manfu. After several people drank for more than an hour, everyone looked slightly smoked. Bai Jiangwen asked, "Shingen, are you coming to me in such a hurry this time just to have a drink with me? Just tell me if you have anything to do." Chao Shingen was embarrassed to speak, shook his head and said there was nothing wrong, he just wanted to drink with Bai Jiangwen. Yu Xingjie said in a timely manner, "Mr. Bai, some time ago, we checked the seedling price declaration forms for the 3 bidding sections of our Nanshan project together. Among them, there are several varieties with relatively large price differences. Later, I checked the purchase costs of seedlings that differed greatly among everyone. Is the cost difference itself large? Yes. How big is it? If we calculate based on the low prices of their 2 bids, our contract purchase price is equivalent to 2 million higher. What is the total percentage of our contract purchase price? Less than 10%. The price of purchasing seedlings fluctuates at any time. A 10% difference is not a big deal. But Zhang Yunqing, the commercial director of this area, has been obsessed with this matter and repeatedly urged me to report the discrepancy to him. I put it off for a few days, but I couldn't put it off anymore. He came to urge me twice a day. I just had to give him the data. What I heard him say is to reduce the procurement cost of suppliers." Bai Jiangwen finally understood, and he laughed and said, "So if I come to eat this meal now, it means that the company will lose at least 2 million, right?" Zhao Manfu heard the implication and suggested that everyone toast Bai Jiangwen together, while he picked up his glass and said, "Mr. Bai, I didn't want to trouble you with this matter. To be honest, I have never commented on this matter. Shingen and Xingjie were more considerate of my difficulties and were afraid that I would be in a dilemma. Today the 3 of us toast you together. Regarding work matters, I would like to trouble Mr. Bai to give you some guidance." The 4 of them had a drink happily. Bai Jiangwen put down his glass and said, "Mr. Zhao, there are some situations you may not know. After our Western construction went public, Boss Bai's net worth rose to the order of tens of billions. Brothers and sisters like this at least own stocks with a market value of hundreds of millions. People like Xingjie, who are closely related to each other, own many stocks with a market value of tens of millions, and many have stocks worth tens of millions. We found that overnight, we almost became a nouveau riche. But buddies and brothers like Shingen are still struggling hard on the front line of the project. Boss Bai often does ideological work for us, making us rich now. Don't forget the people who have helped us, and have a grateful heart. We should take the initiative to lead the friends around us to become prosperous together." She also emphasized that although we are rich, our friends are still standing still, and some have even regressed. We must seize opportunities appropriately to help them. For example, when supplying seedlings, everyone knows that you need to make money. Zhang Sangong needs to make money, and Li Sigong needs to make money. So, can we ask our friends to donate seedlings to us, to make money, and to work together with us? Wealthy. These are the central ideas of the boss. Otherwise, who would dare to easily bring in their friends to be the company's suppliers? Zhao Manfu smiled and replied, "Mr. Bai, the boss's idea is very good. It is true that whoever does this must make money." Bai Jiangwen asked again, "So, do you know how to deal with the 2 million seedling cost difference mentioned by Xingjie just now?" Zhao Manfu replied, "I know, just turn a blind eye." Bai Jiangwen asked dissatisfied, "What if he said that you business guy is always holding on to this and refuses to sign?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Mr. Bai, don't worry. I have made it so clear. This is the road to prosperity for both the company and Shingen. We will definitely ensure that this road is smooth. After I return, I will make arrangements for Yunqing so that he will not have to worry about the cost of seedlings. From now on, our seedling costs will be determined according to Xingjie's opinion." Bai Jiangwen said, this is possible. Shingen, Xingjie, what do you think? Chao Shingen replied, I think it's very good. Yu Xingjie replied, this depends on Zhang Yunqing. This person works seriously and responsibly and protects the interests of the boss very much. It's a bit difficult to sort out. Zhao Manfu quickly agreed, Zhang Yunqing just has a weird temper. If anything happens, Xingjie, just go to him normally. If he has different opinions, don't conflict directly. You can suggest him to come to me. I'll be responsible for communicating with him. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, thank you Mr. Zhao for your guidance. Chao Shingen asked Bai Jiangwen for his opinion and said, Mr. Bai, I've booked all the mahjong rooms upstairs. You can decide when the time is right. We've been to mahjong addiction. As soon as Bai Jiangwen heard that the mahjong room was ready, he said, okay, let's finish our drinks and go upstairs to play mahjong for a while. The four of them ended the meal relatively quickly and went to the mahjong room. Everyone touched a mahjong tile and confirmed their seats. In the first hour of playing cards normally, Chao Shingen won the most, Yu Xingjie won a little, Zhao Manfu and Bai Jiangwen both lost, and they were not in good spirits. Chao Shingen saw that something was not right about this situation, so he found a reason to leave the mahjong room with Yu Xingjie and discussed it for a while. After Chao Shingen and Yu Xingjie came back, the four of them continued to fight. The mahjong game played by four people was a bloody battle to the end. Chao Shingen and Yu Xingjie chose to be big names, and Xiao Hu was not a fool. Because Zhao Manfu and Bai Jiangwen were always losing, they naturally chose to run as fast as they wanted. Gradually, Zhao Manfu and Bai Jiangwen got better cards, and they became more and more comfortable. Chao Shingen slapped a note, and Bai Jiangwen shouted, bang, and touched a note not to hit. When it was Bai Jiangwen's turn to draw cards, he drew a 7-barrel card and called for gong. He also drew a 9-barrel card and continued to go for the gong. I touched another 8-tube card, continued to shout for stick, and then touched a 5-tube card. Bai Jiangwen shouted very happily, I have left, you three can continue. Zhao Manfu smiled bitterly and said, wow, Mr. Bai, you did 4 bars, but you still touched them yourself, and they are still all the same, that's incredible. I guess we will lose all our clothes. Bai Jiangwen smiled and said, who wants your clothes? Just give them money. If you don't have enough money with you, you can get it on credit. Yu Xingjie joked, after leaving the table, who would still remember the matter of credit? Bai Jiangwen said, how can this be done? You can't default on your debt. You are not allowed to default on your debt. In this game, Zhao Manfu was the second person to mess up the game, and he made a completely secret move and tried to shut down both families. Seeing how fierce Yu Xingjie was, he ran away when he saw Su Hu. Chao Shingen was at the end, and Bai Jiangwen won tens of thousands this time. At the end of the card game, Bai Jiangwen won the most, Zhao Manfu won thousands, and Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen both lost. The card game is over. Chao Shingen and Bai Jiangwen agreed to leave the hotel at 6 o'clock the next morning and drive him to Yashan Airport. Zhao Manfu and Yu Xingjie both said they wanted to get up together to see Bai Jiangwen off, but Bai Jiangwen quickly stopped him and refused to allow it. Chao Shingen only needed to see him off to the airport. Zhao Manfu and Bai Jiangwen said goodbye and went back to the hotel room to rest. Yu Xingjie said to Bai Jiangwen, Mr. Bai, if you don't come this time, the extra cost will probably be cut out by Zhao Manfu. Chao Shingen also said, the enemy has arranged for Yu Xingjie to come and talk to me, which makes it difficult for me to talk. Bai Jiangwen replied, this is our Bai family's private enterprise. We have the right to decide where to put the money. What's the problem? If Zhao Manfu listens to the instructions, use him. If he doesn't, don't use him. And that Qin you mentioned is also the case. The boss has said that we should take care of our friends who have helped us. Taking root, we grew up together from childhood to adulthood. Many years ago, Shingen's family was in better condition and he often helped our family. Our family is a little better now. Not only do we receive a drop of kindness from others, we will definitely repay it with a spring of water. At least you should repay appropriately when there is an opportunity to repay. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, I understand. Chao Shingen replied, in the past, everyone was poor, so there was no need to help. This time Mr. Bai comes, I hope he can handle this matter. Mr. Yu, should we sign our supplementary contract when we return this time? Lest the time drags on too long and the nights are long and the dreams are many. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, after we return to the project department tomorrow, I will go through the process of signing the supplementary contract. Bai Jiangwen arranged confidently, you can do it with confidence and boldness. In the company's management system, I am the decision maker of Miaomu. Anyone who has any opinions can come to me directly. Others have no right to change what I have decided. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen said goodbye and left Bai Jiangwen's room. Yu Xingjie asked Chao Shingen quietly, Mr. Bai's cards are so strong today, did you do anything? Chao Shingen pretended to be mysterious and replied, what do you think? Yu Xingjie replied helplessly, hurry up, I just feel strange. If I could guess it, would I still ask you? Chao Shingen whispered, there is something wrong with that mahjong table. Yu Xingjie asked in surprise, what can be wrong with the mahjong table? Chao Shingen whispered, on that mahjong table, you can use the remote control to control which direction the best cards are. Yu Xingjie replied, it's such a great mahjong table. Then why don't you save some time and money? As a result, I lost all the money I brought with me today. Chao Shingen replied, the technology for this thing is not very mature now, and it cannot be controlled to a certain extent. I only adjusted it for the second time and it became like that. I was so scared that I didn't dare to adjust it later. Yu Xingjie said angrily, if we adjust it again, we will probably lose without even having any clothes on. Chao Shingen replied, I also estimated it the same way, so I didn't dare to correct it later. Yu Xingjie replied, but the effect is very good. In my memory, Mr. Bai has never caught such a good card in poker. You see, playing cards today makes him happy, which makes him much happier than giving him money directly. Chao Shingen replied, that is, Mr. Bai is not short of money now, a little more money or a little less money has no feeling to him. On the contrary, a rare good hand can make him extremely happy. Yu Xingjie asked, don't we really need to go see Mr. Bai off together tomorrow morning? Chao Shingen said, I think that is Mr. Bai's opinion, and Mr. Bai's approach is not wrong. But he came here specifically to coordinate our affairs. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you not to go see him off together? Yu Xingjie said, if we both go, we have to invite Mr. Zhao. Chao Shingen said, then you must make up a valid reason, otherwise Bai will always be angry. Yu Xingjie replied, okay, then I'll call Mr. Zhao to discuss it. In the morning, Chao Shingen called Yu Xingjie at 5:40 to tell him to get up. Yu Xingjie also immediately used the hotel phone to call Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu soon answered the phone, and everyone agreed to meet in the lobby in 10 minutes. After Chao Shingen, Yu Xingjie, and Zhao Manfu arrived at the lobby, Bai Jiangwen soon arrived with the room card. Chao Shingen collected all the room cards of the 4 people and went to the hotel front desk to check out. Bai Jiangwen said to Zhao Manfu, didn't we discuss it last night? You two don't have to send me to the airport so early. Just let Chao Shingen see me off alone. Zhao Manfu smiled and replied, Mr. Bai, after the meeting last night, I received a call from the project manager Zhou Wencheng, saying that at 11 o'clock this morning, a big leader would come to the project site for inspection, and asked me to find a way to go back early. In this case, counting the time it takes to drive back on the road, it will be just right for us to drive you to the airport and then drive back to the Nanshan project department on the highway immediately. You can't go back to the hotel to pick us up, so you won't have enough time. Bai Jiangwen said, this is okay. It's just a bit hard on you guys. Zhao Manfu replied, you should do things for the company. Not hard. After Chao Shingen completed the checkout procedures, he took Bai Jiangwen, Zhao Manfu, and Yu Xingjie to the underground parking lot. Chao Shingen skillfully got into the car and started the engine. The three of them successfully delivered Bai Jiangwen to Yashan Airport. After Bai Jiangwen said goodbye to the three people, he walked to the departure hall of Yashan Airport. Yu Xingjie asked, Mr. Zhao, let's find a bigger attraction to play. When we get tired, we can fight the landlord. Zhao Manfu replied, I have visited the scenic spots in Yashan many times many years ago. No need to go any further. Let's go back to the Nanshan project department early. Last night, Zhou Wenqing really called me and asked me to go back to the project department early. Yu Xingjie replied, okay. Anyway, I invited you to play. I can't say from now on that I finally came to Yashan and didn't even accompany you to have fun. Zhao Manfu laughed and said, Yu Gong, don't worry. I definitely wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. The three of them were talking and laughing in the car. More than 3 hours later, they returned to the Nanshan project department. Zhao Manfu returned to his office. Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen went to Yu Xingjie's office together and printed out Chao Shingen's seedling supplementary contract document, and Chao Shingen stamped it. Yu Xingjie printed out the countersignature form of the supplementary contract, signed it himself, and took Chao Shingen to the production manager Su Kun and the commercial director Yu Dongjin to sign, and to the project manager Zhou Wenqing to sign. Yu Xingjie and Chao Shingen came to the business office again with Chao Shingen's seedling supplementary contract countersigning form. Yu Xingjie handed the document to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing took the document and carefully read the contract countersigning form, and then carefully read the attached contract list form that supplemented the contract. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Xingjie, Yu Gong, does this supplementary contract include the quantity of plumeria varieties that we bought at a higher cost when we compared the original second and third bids? Yu Xingjie smiled coquettishly and said, that's included. Zhang Yunqing asked, how much more expensive is the supplementary contract quantity this time based on the originally calculated purchase price? Yu Xingjie replied awkwardly, according to you, it was 1.5 million too expensive. Zhang Yunqing heard that the tone was wrong, slapped the table and said, what do you mean? According to me, it is 1.5 million expensive. Isn't this cost data jointly verified by our three companies? After repeated inspections at the site, there was no difference between the seedlings bought by others and the seedlings we bought. Yu Xingjie replied, you don't see the difference. It doesn't mean there are no differences. Zhang Yunqing hummed and said, I would like to hear what differences are invisible. Yu Xingjie replied, can you tell the difference between raw and cooked goods? Zhang Yunqing replied, if you can't see it now, it doesn't mean you can't see it in the future. Yu Xingjie replied tit for tat, don't talk about these useless things. If it's raw or cooked goods, you can't tell. I tell you that the second and third bids are for raw goods, while ours are for cooked goods. Do you think there is a problem? Zhang Yunqing asked, even if they buy raw goods and you buy cooked goods, is the price difference between the two so big? Why isn't it this big? The difference between raw goods and cooked goods is a bit big, which is similar to our current situation. In addition, you only saw me buying expensive ones and I bought cheap ones, but you didn't say anything about it. When it comes to buying seedlings, prices do fluctuate. This situation is inevitable for anyone who buys it. Wrong. The second and third bids you just mentioned are for buying raw goods. You are buying cooked goods. Your price should be a little more expensive. This is wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong? You just have so many problems. Think about it with your brain. According to what you said, the price difference between raw goods and cooked goods is so big. If others dare to buy raw goods, why don't you dare to buy raw goods and must buy cooked goods? Our three bids are all in the same area, and all the conditions are basically the same. There is no reason for you to choose a more expensive purchase. The only reasonable explanation is that the overpriced money has gone away. This money should have been the company's profit, but after your actions, it has become the company's cost. This project only has a contract value of 100 million yuan. If you pay 1.5 million yuan more, the gross profit margin of the entire project will drop by 1.5 percentage points. Why can't I explain it to you? I didn't set the purchase cost of the seedlings. I just provided a submission form. The form document must be reviewed through a process. Only if it passes the review can it be counted. Yu Gong, yes. You are right. Isn't your current supplementary contract also going through the review process? The trial came to me and I discovered this problem. I dare not sign it for you. What do you think we should do? Mr. Zhang, I don't know what to do. All I know is that before you came here, we didn't have so much trouble doing these things. I know that this position was vacant before I came here, so naturally there will be no such trouble. Mr. Zhang, my cultural level is low and I can't help you. Look, let's go talk to Mr. Zhao and ask for his opinion, okay? Okay, you just need to go with me. Boss Chow doesn't need to go. Okay, let's go. The two came to Zhao Manfu's office one after another. Yu Shengjihui reported, Mr. Zhao, this is the supplementary contract for Boss Chow's seedlings, and the signature has been signed by Zhou Wenqing. I just went to see Zhang Yunqing to sign, but he didn't want to sign. Zhao Manfu asked calmly, Yu Gong, can you tell me why Zhang Yunqing didn't sign? Yu Xingjie replied, Mr. Zhang is still worried about the expensive frangipani tree. Zhao Manfu asked Zhang Yunqing again, is this the reason? For this reason, Mr. Zhao, the supplementary contract signed by Yu Gong now will bring a loss of 1.5 million to the company. Is the amount Yunqing said correct? Yu Gong. Mr. Zhao, what Mr. Zhang said is neither right nor wrong. You have set a trap for me. Yu Gong, first tell me why Yunqing is right. Mr. Zhao, I say that Mr. Zhang is right because the so-called 1.5 million more expensive figure is calculated using the purchase cost unit prices of the second and third bids. Okay, let's talk about it. What Yunqing said is wrong. What's the reason? The reason why Mr. Zhang is wrong is that each unit has its own procurement channel. Our plumeria flowers are indeed more expensive than those of the second and third standards, but we also have some products like sugar palm, king coconut, etc. Variety, the procurement cost is much lower than the second and third bids. If we judge it all together, our procurement cost is actually lower than that of the second and third bids. Therefore, whether the procurement cost is correct or not must be viewed comprehensively and comprehensively, rather than just focusing on one point. Take this plumeria flower as an example. I also asked why the purchase unit price of the second bid was so low. They happened to have a nursery whose land lease was about to expire. If the seedlings in this kind of nursery cannot be sold for money before the expiration date, all the seedlings will be taken back by the original landowner without compensation. Therefore, the second-priced plumeria flowers are very cheap to buy. However, good things like the second bid are hard to come by. It just so happened that the second bid met, but we didn't. It's that simple. Now the project is rushing for work again. If we are just signing the contract and it takes a long time, and the speed of supply of seedlings is affected, the responsibility cannot be placed on my head. Yu Gong, I understand what you said, and I understand it. Yunqing, did you understand what Yu Gong said? I understand. Then do you understand? What am I to understand? Yu Gong said that he had asked Erbiao. Didn't you say you asked about the 3 standards? Yu Gong, I haven't asked Sanbiao. Have you asked? Mr. Zhao, of course I asked about such a big cost difference. What was the result of your question? The result of my inquiry was that the third bid was also purchased at market price, and the price was basically the same as the purchase price of the second bid. Is there a big difference between the quality of the 3 standard seedlings and our Yugong procurement? Mr. Zhao, the seedlings are all planted on the construction site. I can't see the difference. Think about it, the supervisor and party A are all the same people. If the difference is too big, they will naturally ask the person who supplied the seedlings with poor quality to make adjustments. For seedlings. You have a point. Have you asked about the second bid? I asked Mr. Zhuang about the second bid. There is no such thing as a nursery whose land lease is about to expire. I am good at this matter. I asked Mr. Zhuang of Erbio carefully. Mr. Zhuang also remembers it very clearly. Why? Because when purchasing this variety, Mr. Zhuang personally went to the nursery that supplied plumeria. The land lease for that nursery will expire in 10 years, so there is no need to rush to sell out all the seedlings immediately. Okay, Yunqing, I understand. Then you said that in the current situation, the project is urgently looking for seedlings because of the rush for work. What should we do? This matter is easy to handle, it's just a matter of interests. As long as Yu Gong brings this Chao Shingen to talk to him. Let him negotiate the higher cost, and I can sign immediately. Yu Gong, have you talked to Chao Shingen? Has he agreed to lower the price? Mr. Zhao, if Chao Shingen agrees to reduce the price, I will not go through the supplementary contract signing and approval process according to the original purchase price standard. I also worked hard and talked with him for more than a week. People knew that we were anxious to get jobs, so they were not worried at all that we would not sign a contract for him. Chao Shingen also made it clear to me that the supply of seedlings in his current contract has been completed, and some have even exceeded the supply. If we don't sign a supplementary contract for him, he will refuse to supply more seedlings. You two leaders should discuss whether you should sign this contract or not. I should go to the site to accept the seedlings that arrived today. The seedling supplier has urged me many times. After Yu Xingjie finished speaking, he left Zhao Manfu's office angrily. After Zhao Manfu closed the office door, he carefully discussed with Zhang Yunqing what to do about this matter. Zhang Yunqing analyzed that in fact, this matter is very simple. If you have already bought something that is expensive, you will not be held accountable. It is a relief. But if you want to sign a new contract for purchase, you should not buy something that is expensive again. Doing so will definitely damage the company's interests. Zhang Yunqing found it difficult to understand Xingjie's stubbornness. Zhang Yunqing suggested that he could seek the opinion of Hua Baiwen in Kyoto to see if Hua Baiwen would agree with Yu Xingjie's decision to buy the frangipani at a high price. Zhao Manfu did not agree with Zhang Yunqing's behavior of going to Hua Baibai for advice. Zhao Manfu believes that such a problem should be solved through discussion within the area. Zhao Manfu believed that he and Zhang Yunqing had just joined the company and were not suitable to offend the seedling procurement system controlled by Boss Bai's brother Bai Jiangwen. Zhang Yunqing believes that no matter who controls which line, as long as it damages the company's interests, it should not be allowed, especially when it damages the company's major interests. Otherwise, in the future, other systems or people will follow suit. If it develops like this, the company's interests will not be protected, and one day the company will perish. Because there is an old saying that, a dike of 1,000 miles breaks in an ant nest, which has long been there to warn us. Zhao Manfu disagreed with Zhang Yunqing's understanding and approach, thinking that Zhang Yunqing was unfounded and magnified some minor problems. Zhao Manfu believes that even if the seedlings are expensive to buy, for the company's boss buy, it is just that the meat is rotten and still in the pot, and there is no big loss. As professional managers, there is no need for us to be so mechanical and desperate. Boss buy checks in. Because if you do this, you will definitely offend a lot of people and incur attacks from many overt and covert people, which is not conducive to your development in the company. Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu ultimately disagreed. Zhang Yunqing proposed that if the gross profit margin of the final project could not be achieved, the overpriced 1.5 million cost must be deducted. Zhao Manfu agreed. In order not to affect the work rush arrangement of the project, Zhang Yunqing was forced to sign Yu Xingjia's supplementary contract, and Zhao Manfu also signed immediately. After Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office angrily, Zhao Manfu called Yu Xingjie and said, "Gong Yu, this matter is too difficult to deal with. I have been arguing with Zhang Yunqing for more than an hour. Did he sign it at the end?" "Signed it, but signed it in a very angry state. You have to be more careful in what you do in the future, and there should not be such obvious differences again, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it." "Okay, I understand, I just need to pay more attention in the future." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." "You're welcome, we're a family, we don't have to speak the same language, right?" Yes, Mr. Zhao is taller and can talk." "Haha, that's it." Zhao Manfu happily ended the call with Yu Xingjie, and he finally let go of the stone in his heart, finally solving a rather difficult problem. Zhang Yunqing arranged time to visit the audit bureau to track the review progress of the subscription declaration form. Li Gong said that people in relevant departments are still busy and have not yet made an appointment at a suitable time. Zhang Yunqing also asked if he needed his leaders to visit the leaders of the audit bureau again. Li Gong's answer was that if it is convenient and if he wants to hurry up, it is always easier to implement more communication. After all, the work of the audit bureau is also very full and intense. Sometimes, whoever is in a hurry may handle the matter first. After Zhang Yunqing returned, he gave feedback to Zhao Manfu on the opinions of Li Gong of the audit bureau. Zhao Manfu still believes that everything should not be too hasty and must follow the audit bureau's own rhythm. Otherwise, if the construction unit is too anxious and presses too hard, it will easily arouse the other party's resentment, and it is likely that the gain will outweigh the loss. Song Ziyuan called from Kyoto and asked Zhao Manfu to take over the Cheongshan Bowen project and establish contact with the project department as soon as possible. Zhao Manfu called Zhang Yunqing, and the two found a time to drive to the Cheongshan Bowen project to learn about the situation of the Cheongshan Bowen project. The current project manager of this project is Song Xiaoshan, the budget officer is Jin Haran, the garden construction engineer is Zhao Dejin, the greening engineer is Wang Bin, the water and electricity engineer is Zhou Qingchan, and the chef is a local villager. Song Xiaoshan introduced the project situation to Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing. In the early stage, Western Architecture did two projects in the Cheongshan Bowen project. One was the landscaping on a small island, with a contract value of 5 million, and the other was the first phase of the Cheongshan Bowen project, with a contract value of 30 million. Now these two projects are in the process of settlement. They are both settled by fixed amounts and do not need to prepare a list. Since it is a garden and landscape project for a housing development project, Party A is the only management party and there is no supervision. However, there is a cost consulting company responsible for the progress payment review and settlement review, and the price recognition work is mainly the responsibility of Party A's cost manager. Zhao Manfu asked Song Xiaoshan, "Mr. Song has repeatedly asked me to come over and contact you for this project. Is there anything major going on?" Song Xiaoshan replied, "If I have to talk about something major, it may be that the second phase of Cheongshan Bowen project is currently drawing design drawings. It is said that the original arrangement was for our Western construction to continue construction. But some people within them thought that our results in the first phase were not very good, so there were objections." Zhao Manfu asked, "Have you learned who is specifically opposing it?" Song Xiaoshan replied, "This information was all gathered in a chat. The other party was discussing the situation in a small-scale meeting. No one is willing to leak the information. It is too easy to offend people." Zhao Manfu asked again, "It doesn't matter if you don't know the specific person, but have you found the points that caused other people's objections at the scene?" Song Xiaoshan replied, "There are some points. Do you want us to go to the first phase of the site together? By the way, you can also give me some guidance. Let's see how we face Party A in the future." Zhao Manfu agreed to go and see the scene. Song Xiaoshan drove to the site of the first phase of Cheongshan Boan project with Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yinqing. Song Xiaoshan parked the car by the swimming pool, and the three of them got out of the car and walked around to watch. Song Xiaoshan introduced, Party A of this swimming pool has a lot of opinions. They say that our mosaic joints are not good. First, we did not use white cement. Second, the joints are not dense enough. Third, the joints are of different depths. Beautiful. Then there is nothing wrong with these suggestions. But I think there are basically no such problems now. Mr. Zhao, you don't know that Lu Yuza, the on-site person in charge of Party A, came to me many times and would curse me whenever I got to the swimming pool. The state you see now is something I have had to find workers to repair several times. Then the on-site person in charge of Party A is satisfied with the current situation. I'm satisfied with this mosaic thing. Look here, they still have opinions. What opinions can you have about this Baisha pond? They said this white sand pool has too little white sand and not enough depth. When the children come, they all like to play in the sand. It's not safe if it's too shallow. Then what should we do if we discuss it? Yes, we are required to add another 20 centimeters of white sand. If we add more white sand, will Party A pay me for it? I have to recognize the fee, but it is still paid like a progress payment. The payment amount of the progress payment must be calculated based on the output value after I complete the work. Does this cost a lot? This sand pool has an area of 500 square meters. To add 100 square meters of white sand, the cost will be about 100,000 yuan. During this time, the company's capital plan is very tight, and there is no cost plan at all, so there is no money to buy sand. Can't this Baisha be sold on credit? Even if the profit is lower. I haven't bought this kind of white sand for many years, and I don't have a familiar supplier. All transactions are in cash, and you have to pay first before shipping. The other party's supply is tight and there is not enough to sell, and they don't care whether we buy his sand or not. Okay, write down this problem, come down and write a report to explain the reasons clearly, and ask the company to provide policies to solve the problem. Okay. There is still a problem with this swimming pool. You say. Look, this side is closer to the sea. Is this water seawater? Yes. It's so awesome, the landscape water in the community is seawater. The owner paid a huge price for this matter and specially dug channels to bring in seawater. Have you noticed that there are many fishing platforms and viewing platforms around such a large water area? You can catch sea fish in this community. This idea of fishing for sea fish is very good and very attractive to children. As mentioned earlier, there are still safety risks on the side facing the sea water. The original design did not consider the establishment of railings. So what kind of railings are you considering building now? Now, after many discussions with Lu Yuza, Party A's on-site person in charge, we have confirmed that the imitation wood grain railings will be built, which will also look more ecological in the green space. Okay. Mr. Zhao, look this way, the swimming pool is close to the roadside and the building. The original hedge was designed to be 1.5 meters high. In this way, during actual use, I found that the privacy is very poor. Many guests who come here to use the swimming pool have reported this problem. Well, Xiaoshan. This seems to be a bit of a problem now, especially in the direction of these buildings that are relatively close together. This problem seems to be more serious. Yes. Close to the building, we want to add some tall coconut trees with full crowns, king coconuts, etc., and at the same time add some full crowns of osmanthus flowers on the middle floor. In this way, it not only solves the problem of awkward sight lines, but also completely improves the landscape effect here. The original 1.5 meter high hedge needs to be removed and moved to some place similar to a private garden to make the best use of the property. Now, where the hedge is located, a new 3 meter high hedge will be built, and some fast-growing climbing plants will be planted. This suggestion is okay. Does Heezy from Party A agree? The on-site person in charge of Party A is called Lu Yuza. This is just my idea at the moment. Since the company controls the funds, I don't know if it can be implemented, so I haven't dared to tell Lu Yuza yet. When he asked, I could only vaguely say that I was still thinking of a plan, without saying anything clearly. I see there's no place to wash your feet in your swimming pool. Yes, this is also a problem. But it's easy to solve. Just lead a water pipe to this location near the hedge and install a few faucets. It won't cost a lot of money. The three of them finished looking at the swimming pool and then continued walking in the community to check. There are some amusement facilities missing and there are very few exercise equipment. There is a resting pavilion with no seats designed, so it is necessary to add wooden seats on at least two opposite sides of the pavilion. The edge lines of some floor paving are rough and ugly. This is a technical issue and has nothing to do with the design. If it needs to be dealt with, the cost can only be borne by Western architecture. Zhao Manfu said on the spot that similar problems are caused by the technical level of workers used in Western construction. He picked some important nodes and we in Western construction spent money to repair and improve the landscape effect, but we need to control the total cost, hoping to control the loss within 200,000 yuan. Song Xiaoshan also expressed his gratitude to Zhao Manfu on the spot, saying that it turned out that the leader of Zhao Manfu's position never took a stand on this issue and left everything to the project department to solve. The project department did not dare to take the initiative to improve the landscape effect without the clear support of the leadership. Song Xiaoshan also relayed the opinions of Executive Yuan Fang. The leaders of Party A expressed dissatisfaction with the landscape effect of the first phase of the Cheongshan Bowen project by Western architecture. They hoped that Western architecture could take the initiative to propose a plan to improve the landscape effect of the current first phase of the project. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Western construction to implement the second phase of the project. Zhao Manfu said that the opinions relayed by Song Xiaoshan were also occasionally mentioned by Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit. Now that I have come to take over the management of the project here, I will definitely do my best to support the work of the project department. I hope Song Xiaoshan can let go and work hard. If he has any opinions or ideas, he should write them down as soon as possible. The corresponding budget should also be calculated, including costs, quotations, and data related to cost quotations. The project department will form then sent to Zhang Yunqing for review. Song Xiaoshan said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao. I have been brewing these plans for landscape improvement and renovation hundreds of times in my mind. After I got back, I arranged to formulate the text and corresponding drawing plans. Cost and quotation data are also compiled." Zhao Manfu asked, "How many days will it take?" It is estimated that it will take about a week to complete the plan while communicating with Lu Yuza from Party A. After these landscape improvement plans are approved, Party A is willing to pay accordingly, right? Yes, but the parts that Party A hates are also speechless. What happened? What they said is that if the improvement is good and the effect is satisfactory, they will pay for it. If it is not good, they will not let me demolish and rebuild it, which is the best result. Whether the landscape effect is good or not is a matter of opinion. How can they judge this? I heard from Party A Lu Yuza that first of all, he must be satisfied with the landscape improvement plan, and secondly, the results should be satisfactory. Also, isn't his community a hotel? Their survey opinions of customers can also be considered as important reference opinions. That's it. Just feel free and bold to go to Party A to communicate and implement it. I judge that there is no problem in the general direction. One particularly important thing is that you need to find out whether there is a limit on their landscape improvement budget. I originally asked, and they said there is no limit. You can pay as much as you want. The only thing that matters is the landscape effect. I personally feel that their statement is just asking you to help them think of a plan to improve the landscape. Just do this. After they are satisfied with the plan, they can quickly submit the budget documents and see how Party A reacts. If it exceeds his budget, he will definitely ask you to adjust the plan. If it is still far short of his budget, it should be able to perform to some extent. Are you familiar with Party A's cost-producing person? You will get familiar with it. Then we should keep in touch more often, make more appointments to drink and chat together, and maybe we can find out the information about the budget cost limit that we want to know. Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll find a time to make an appointment with him. Can you make an appointment with him today? If he happens to be here, Yunqing and I will also meet him. It can be regarded as getting to know someone first. Song Xiaoshan made a phone call with Party A's cost manager to make an appointment to have a casual dinner together in the evening. The reason was that his leader was here and wanted to visit him. The other party's reply was that the time was unlucky. I was in Kyoto for a few days to attend a training session organized by the company, and I would make an appointment when I came back later. Song Xiaoshan asked Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing if they could live in the project department here. He said that the project department's office space and accommodation are now rented in a 5-story private house, and the rooms are completely sufficient. Zhao Manfu said that if there is a place to live, he should arrange to live there first. It's just that at the beginning, you may have to run between the Cheongshan Bowen project and the Nanshan project. Wherever there are more things, you can live on the side where there are more things. Song Xiaoshan then arranged for Project Finance Zhou Fong to buy necessary daily necessities for the two of them. At noon, I had a simple canteen meal at the Cheongshan Bowen project department. In the evening, Song Xiaoshan arranged for several people from the entire project department to go to a restaurant on the beach to have dinner with Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing. The name of the restaurant is The Story of a Small Boat, and there is a small fishing boat on the yellow beach at the door. The fishing boat is made of wood. Due to its age, it has experienced the sea breeze blowing all year round and the strong sunlight on the sea. The hull has some cracks that are easily visible to the naked eye, and it looks full of sadness. Song Xiaoshan saw that everyone had arrived, and the food and drinks were ready. He first preached, "Let me introduce it to you. This is our new Vice President of Production in Nanhai District, Mr. Zhao. This is Mr. Zhao's assistant, Mr. Zhang, the commercial person in charge of the Nanhai area. Our colleagues in the project department welcome Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zhang." Everyone stood up, clinked glasses, and drank the first glass of beer. Song Xiaoshan then organized the second and third toasts, and then arranged for the staff of the project department to toast freely, and he looked for opportunities to introduce himself to the leaders. Zhang Yunqing met the staff of the Cheongshan Bowen project department at this dinner. They are Project Financial Cashier Zhou Fong, Project Greening Engineer Wang Bin, Project Garden Construction Engineer Zhao Dejin, and Project Hydropower Engineer Zhou Qingchen. There is also a professional counterpart, Jin Haoren, the civil engineering estimator of the project department. This first meal of Jiefeng Shichen wine symbolically ended the battle in more than an hour, and it was agreed that all employees of the Cheongshan Bowen project department would hold a meeting at 9 o'clock the next morning. This meeting was chaired by Song Xiaoshan, project manager of Cheongshan Bowen. Song Xiaoshan spoke, "This meeting is very important. We first applauded to welcome our Vice President of Production of Nanhai Area, Mr. Zhao, and Mr. Zhang, Head of Commercial Affairs of Nanhai Area." When everyone heard Song Xiaoshan's words, there was a sparse welcome applause. Zhao Manfu didn't have any objection to this applause. He thought it was normal. After all, he was not familiar with everyone. Zhang Yunqing, through the performance of this applause, believes that perhaps the struggle has already begun, whether it is passive or active. It is true that wherever there are people, there is struggle. After the welcome ceremony, Song Xiaoshan enthusiastically invited Zhao Manfu, the Vice President of Production of the Nanhai area, to speak to everyone. "Now, please give us a speech, Mr. Zhao." This time there was no initiative to arrange applause, and naturally no one applauded. After Zhao Manfu glanced at everyone at the venue, he said in a calm tone, "First of all, thank you for your warm welcome to our arrival. Before coming to the Nanhai area, I also heard that the projects in the Nanhai area are the worst projects among the existing projects of Western construction. The penultimate project in the company is our current Cheongshan Bowen project. The penultimate project is our starting project when we came to this project, the Nanshan project. I don't know the status of this project at the moment, so I won't comment. I have been guarding the Nanshan project for several months. From being unable to do anything at the beginning, to now being in full swing to get work done. Moreover, I have collected 20 million yuan since my arrival, and it is expected that if everything goes well next month, I will collect 24 million yuan. The work of appraising materials has also started. The clearance report has been reviewed. We have already signed part of the visa for the job seekers. I can tell you very responsibly that the Nanshan project is definitely no longer the company's second-to-last project. The Nanshan project has achieved positive cash flow, and there are many positive trends in gross profit margin. I believe that as long as all the people in our project department unite and work together, the goals that have been achieved in the Nanshan project will definitely be achieved in our Cheongshan Bowen project, and we will definitely be able to get the company's excess gross profit award on this project. At this point, there should be applause. Yes, that's right. This time the applause was a spontaneous and warm applause for a long time. Zhao Manfu also felt sorry for everyone's palms. He stretched out his hands and pressed them, indicating that he had understood everyone's excitement. Then he continued, "We all need to have enough confidence in the future of this project. It's like playing cards, we're dealt a hand. Those with particularly strong skills may achieve very good results. However, people with average or relatively poor skills will directly think that it is a bad hand, which will easily lead to the mentality of giving up. We now need to change our mindset and accept the current status of the project from our hearts. We must bring together everyone's wisdom to jointly analyze the difficulties faced by the project, jointly solve the project's problems, and jointly welcome the final wonderful results of the project. Let's start the first task. Everyone will briefly introduce themselves, including but not limited to name, position, level, brief work experience before today, current main work scope, etc. This will enhance everyone's understanding and allow us to get familiar with each other and become more harmonious faster. Let's start with myself. My surname is Zhao, Zhao Qian Sunli Zhao. My name is Manfu, full of happiness, blessings like the blessings of the East China Sea. I was first a lecturer in the university. Later, when my father opened a garden engineering company, I chose to help. From a grassroots employee to the general manager of a second-level construction company, I have been involved in the engineering industry for more than 20 years. I am better able than ordinary professional managers to understand what the boss cares about, what he wants, and what he hopes the project department will do. So I hope everyone has confidence in me, whether in my work ability or work experience. Next, Zhang Yunqing will introduce himself, and then proceed clockwise. Zhang Yunqing stood up and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my surname is Zhang, which means Zhang from the bow, blue sky and white clouds from the clouds, and green from the green vegetables and radish. I have been working for 15 years since graduation, and have been engaged in cost work for 15 years. I am familiar with Sichuan's quotas and the national list pricing standards. I only have some exposure to the pricing quotas for construction projects in the Nanhai area in the Nanshan project, and I am not particularly familiar with it. The first stop when I came to Western architecture was to work at the Kyoto headquarters for a few months, and then I was transferred to the Nanhai area as the commercial manager. The first project I participated in management was the Nanshan project, which only lasted 2 or 3 months. This Bowen project will be the second project I am involved in managing. I hope that we can work together with you all in the future and have a happy cooperation. Song Xiaoshan introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Song Xiaoshan. The old employees in the project department will all smile heartily, as if God is saying, does this need any introduction? Who doesn't know that you are project manager Song Xiaoshan? Song Xiaoshan continued to introduce himself. I have been working for 10 years. In this project, I am a site manager, which is the top project manager position. I hope that after completing this project, I can become a project manager truly recognized by the company. The next tall and handsome boy who introduced himself stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my surname is Zhao, my first name is De Jin, big and small, Jin Yuan Bao Jin. I was recruited by the company through the school just after graduation, and it has been half a year. It's time. I am mainly responsible for the management of garden construction in this project. Many of the differences between practical work practices and those in books are quite large. Here I would like to thank Manager Song for often guiding my practical work." After Zhao Dejin finished his introduction, a petite middle-aged woman stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Fang." Zhou next to the ears is not Zhou in, Fang is the direction under the grass head. I am the cashier stationed in the project department of the company's finance department. If you need to make reimbursements, etc., you should also contact me. You should also contact me when receiving subsidies. I am commonly known as the God of Wealth in the project department. I have been working in the company since its establishment, and I am one of those employees who has never rebelled. Zhao Manfu took the lead in applauding Zhou Fang, and for no other reason than Zhao Manfu always liked the God of Wealth in his heart wherever he went. Everyone also clapped. I don't know if it was because Zhao Manfu took the lead, or if he just liked the God of Wealth, or a bit of both. Zhou Fang joked, "It seems that I am quite popular." Then a tall and thin middle-aged man stood up and introduced nervously, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Bin, the king of Big Wang and Xiao Wang, Wen Wu Bin. I have been working in Western construction for more than 10 years and have been a greening engineer on projects." After Wang Bin, the greening engineer, finished his introduction, a short, fat man with a fat head and big ears stood up. His belly was on the desk, and he trembled rhythmically and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Qingchun Zhou, the youth of youth, but my youth has been dedicated to Western architecture. I have been working as a plumbing engineer in Western construction for more than 10 years. The disadvantage is that I don't know how to use today's advanced computer equipment. The advantage is that I can do the dirty, hard, and tiring work in water and electricity, and I am willing to do it." The last short and fat man to stand up, his belly was a little smaller than that of hydropower engineer Zhou Qingchun. "Hello everyone, my name is Jin Haoren, Jin from Jin, I am Tianhao, although Ran. My years in the company are not as long as Sister Fang's, not as long as Brother Bin's, not as long as Brother Chun's, but they are not short. I just calculated that I have been working in Western construction for 8 years. I am a veteran budget officer who served during the 8-year War of Resistance. I am still a budget officer now, not even a budget director. Please leaders understand this. Thanks." After Song Xiaoshan saw that everyone had introduced themselves, he asked for opinions. "Mr. Zhao, do you think there is anything else that needs to be added to everyone's self-introductions?" "Not yet. Just continue to host the meeting." "Okay, Mr. Zhao. Now let me report on the current main situation of this project. If there are any imperfections, professional engineers can make appropriate supplements and improvements later. The Bowen project is talking about one project, but actually there are 2 projects approved by the company. One is the Xiaodao project worth several million, and the other is the first phase of the Bowen project with a contract value of tens of millions. At present, both projects have been completed and preparations are being made for settlement. Among them, the first phase of the Bowen project is the project that I took Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zhang to the site yesterday. Currently, at the request of the leaders of Party A, Jingxin Group, we are asked to come up with a plan to improve the landscape effect. Before Mr. Zhao came to take over the management of our project, my brothers in the project department and I had been discussing this matter. We were always hesitating and did not make a decision. It is precisely because of these hesitations that the project department has not responded to Party A's leadership's requirements. This time Mr. Zhao came and gave me confidence. I briefly mentioned this to the brothers in the project department when I was drinking last night. There is a meeting today. Make arrangements specifically for this matter. We decided to improve the landscape effect in accordance with the requirements of Party A's leadership. The first step is to make an improvement plan. I have already sent an invitation to Xiang Qi, the resident art director of our project. She will come to the project department today or tomorrow. Wang Bin contacted Qi Qi by phone to confirm her arrival. After her flight, go to the airport to pick her up and take her to the project department. The second step is Zhao Dejin. Based on the content I gave you, you form a text version of the text plan that you want to modify and improve. When you send these contents to Qi Qi, you also print a copy to me. I will go to Party A, Lu Yuza discussed. The third step is that after Xiang Qi arrives, I will discuss with him and formulate a specific improvement plan document. The fourth step is for Jean Haran to come up with the cost of the improvement plan and the corresponding quotation. The fifth step is for our project department to discuss the feasibility. If it is feasible, it is the best. If it is not feasible, we will change it until we think it is feasible. The sixth step is to report to Mr. Zhao. After getting Mr. Zhao's approval, we will submit the improvement plan to Lu Yuza in a more formal form and ask Party A to go through the internal review process. The seventh step is to need Mr. Zhao's support to obtain hundreds of thousands of cash support for the project department necessary for these upgrades and transformations. Mr. Zhao, I have finished my report. Zhao Manfu nodded and said, Manager Song's thinking is clear, his expression is accurate, and he lists each item clearly. This is worthy of recognition. Employees in the project department spontaneously applauded in recognition. Zhao Manfu continued, please ask Manager Song to arrange these events to be listed in a table after the meeting, indicate the starting and ending points of the time, and indicate the person responsible for the event. After discussing with each responsible person and there are no problems, print a copy and show it to me. After there are no problems, ask the responsible persons to sign and deposit it, and then put it in my place. I will ask everyone for the results based on this timetable. What is not completed must be criticized. The amount of the bonus will also be affected. Serious cases will directly affect the issuance of project subsidies. I definitely can't deduct everyone's salary. I have this bottom line. The reason why I say so much is to tell everyone that we are all adults. What you sign must be recognized and you must overcome difficulties to achieve it. Don't try to find any reasons or excuses, or shirk your responsibilities. God gave us a mouth to eat and maintain the normal operation of life. It's definitely not for us to find reasons and excuses that we can't even understand. I hope everyone will pay attention to it. Song Xiaoshan took the lead in applauding this time and said, thank you, Mr. Zhao, for pointing out the direction of our work. There is definitely no problem with the time plan. After the meeting, I will personally complete this form and print it for you to review. I am still more concerned about the company's financial support for our project. Zhao Manfu patted his chest and said, this issue of financial support is on me. Even if the company does not support it, I can transfer some of the Nanshan project's funding plan to our Bowen project. Song Xiaoshan asked doubtfully, of course it would be good to move the funding plan for the Nanshan project. What if Zhou Wenqing doesn't agree? Zhao Manfu said unsatisfied, just worry about your own affairs. I am telling you that you should only move the funding plan for the Nanshan project if it is really impossible. After you come up with the improvement plan, we will have another meeting to discuss it, and then we will make an honest report to the company in the name of the project department to win financial support. I believe that as long as we explain the interests clearly, the company leaders will support the project department. Song Xiaoshan replied yes. Song Xiaoshan went over the next work arrangements for greening engineer Wang Bin, garden construction engineer Zhao Dejin, hydropower engineer Zhou Qin-chun, and civil engineering budget clerk Jin Haran at the venue. After seeking Zhao Manfu's consent, Song Xiaoshan announced the adjournment of the meeting. After the meeting, greening engineer Wang Bin contacted Xiang Qi by phone and said, "Qi, Manager Song asked me to contact you. Please tell me your flight number and I will pick you up at Nanshan Airport." Xiang Qi complained on the phone, "Your manager Song is really annoying. I just returned to Kyoto from your project department and was preparing to rest at home for a few days. Now I am anxiously called to the project department to come up with a landscape improvement plan. Didn't we originally discuss that we didn't dare to do it at all? Why do you dare to do it now?" Wang Bin replied on the phone, "Yesterday, a new person came to the project department. I heard that he is the vice president of production in the Nanhai area, named Mr. Zhao. This morning, Mr. Zhao attended the work arrangement meeting of the project department and clearly requested that the landscape be improved, and he also expressed that he would definitely provide financial support to the project department." Xiang Qi said on the phone, "Oh, I understand. Then I can book an early flight to the project department. Don't hang up the phone. I'll check the ticket information on the computer right away." It only took off at 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was already a little earlier when we arrived at Nanshan Airport. "Isn't it a bit late?" Wang Bin replied, "I don't care, as long as you are willing to come to the project department, I will be responsible for picking you up sooner or later." Xiang Qi replied on the phone, "Okay, then I will book a ticket for this flight. I will send the flight information to your mobile phone later." Wang Bin replied, "Okay." After Wang Bin ended the phone call with Xiang Qi, he immediately told Song Xiaoshan that Xiang Qi had booked a flight ticket from Kyoto to Nanshan Airport that evening. Song Xiaoshan said, "I knew that Qi actually wanted this project department to get better." Zhao Manfu received a call from Human Resources Li Wenwen. "Hello, Mr. Zhao, is it convenient for me to speak?" "It's convenient, please speak. I sent you a notice of the meeting to your QQ mailbox." "What meeting is being held at this time?" "This will be a meeting organized by the boss for all core levels of the company. All core employees must attend. If you want to take leave, you need to ask for leave from the president of the business unit. Then who will participate in my area? There are 3 people in your Nanhai area, one is you, and the other 2 are Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing. Do we need any materials for our participants to prepare?" "It's not necessary this time. It's equivalent to a core-level new employee training organized by boss for everyone." "What's the date of the meeting?" "This weekend, the conference will be held over 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. I need to give you feedback by Thursday at the latest. I need to make unified arrangements for hotel reservations and name tags for meetings." "Okay, I understand, thank you." After Zhao Manfu ended his phone call with Li Wenwen, a human resources officer, he discussed with Zhang Yunqing the issue of returning to Kyoto for a meeting, and finally decided to wait for a day or 2 at the Bowen project to put the improvement of the landscape effect here on the road. Go to the Nanshan project to coordinate, otherwise just notify Zhou Fangqing to meet at the meeting place in Kyoto. Zhao Manfu forwarded the email notification of the meeting to Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing responded quickly and called Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, is this company holding any useless meetings? My Nanshan project is busy with work every day, and there are problems every day. According to this meeting arrangement, it will take us half a day to go, half a day to come back, and 2 full days for the meeting in the middle. It affects the work arrangement at the project site for 4 days before and after. I feel very unsure. What if I leave and something goes wrong in the project department? Can you please take a leave?" Zhao Manfu replied, "This meeting, as Li Wenwen from Human Resources called me just now, explained that it was held by boss by himself, and it was equivalent to a training meeting for new core-level employees. We don't need to prepare anything, we just need to bring an ear to listen. Therefore, it is not difficult to participate in this meeting. As for what you said, I'm afraid that if you leave, the project will run into problems. It's just that you're worried about something going wrong. In principle, Party A does not work on weekends. Basically, you can't do the serious things you want to do on weekends. I believe that the company must have thought about how to make this time point more reasonable before notifying the convening of such a large meeting. You should also strengthen the training and management of the people below. You cannot say that the project will not be able to operate normally once you leave for 2 or 3 days. In that case, your management will be negligent and you will have no way to report it to the company. That way, your management level is less like an overall project manager and more like an on-site manager. Think about it, as a project manager, you have done everything that other on-site managers do. How can on-site managers grow quickly? Think about it again, you manage projects as a project manager, and I, as your superior, used to live in your project department every day. Didn't I come to guide you every day and ask you what to do? I want you to do it with confidence and boldness. If you do something wrong, I will take care of it. You should also learn to treat the managers below the same way I treat you. We must learn to properly delegate authority in management. To learn to look at and analyze problems, you must at least upgrade them to a higher level, so that you can do it and stand high and see far. You must also learn to deal with problems, at least at a lower level, so that your handling methods can be truly implemented. This is what is called learning to put yourself in someone else's shoes. The advantage of doing this is that you can understand others and also allow others to understand you better. Mr. Zhao, you really deserve to be a lecturer, you always talk in one way. What I think is very simple. The work arrangement on the project is too tight, and the employees on the project are also very young and lack work experience. I still want to take leave. Zhao Manfu sighed helplessly and said, I've told you so much, but it seems you didn't really understand. I won't bullshit you. According to the provisions of the notice, if you want to ask for leave, you must ask for leave yourself from the president of the business unit, Mr. Song Ziyuan. I have no right to approve the leave. Zhou Wenqing replied to Zhao Manfu, I'll think about it again. Zhao Manfu ended the telephone communication with Zhou Wenqing in a timely manner. Zhou Wenqing invited production manager Su Kuan, garden construction engineer Wan Song, greening engineer Cui Yong, and surveying engineer Lin Jun with whom he had a good relationship in the project department to have a drink and chat in the evening. I talked about how Zhao Manfu and I wanted to take leave during the day and not go to Kyoto for a meeting. I wanted to ask for everyone's opinions and help come up with ideas. Production manager Su Kuan expressed that no matter what, the project department would not be paralyzed until Zhou Wenqing left for a few days. The worst he could do was work harder. He would squat at the project site to work every day during those few days. He did not believe that there would be a solution. It was a moth that could not be solved, so Zhou Wenqing went to the training meeting with confidence. Wan Song, the garden construction engineer, expressed that during the days when Zhou Wenqing was away, he would never cause trouble. Peace was the most important thing in everything. Even if there were any losses, he would wait until Zhou Wenqing came back to find a solution. I agree that Zhou Wenqing must go to Kyoto to participate in the important training organized by the boss. Cui Yong, who works on the greening project, also believes that he should attend the training no matter what. As long as the brothers on the project unite, nothing big will happen during the few days Zhou Wenqing leaves. In addition, there are usually cases where Zhou Wenqing has not been to the project department for several days, so there is no problem. However, in order to prevent someone from really trying to cause trouble while Zhou Wenqing is gone, this news can be blocked and not disclosed to the outside world. Only a few internal personnel know about it. One day of concealment is one more day of safety and peace of mind. After a heated discussion, which helped Zhou Wenqing dispel his doubts, everyone decided to follow Zhao Manfu's suggestion and go to Kyoto to attend the training session organized by Boss Bai. Everyone agreed that the next day, everyone from the project department would be gathered together to sort out all the important work of the project department and try their best to solve the existing problems. This way, we would feel more at ease. Which suppliers had emotional problems? Based on the information provided by everyone, Zhou Wenqing took the initiative to invite them to drink tea and chat happily. He promised them that as long as they completed the task of rushing for jobs, they would be eligible for the visa. Once the contract is signed, everything is easy to discuss, and I guarantee that the supplier will not be treated badly and will definitely make money for them. The suppliers were quite satisfied with Zhou Wenqing's attitude, and they all expressed their willingness to cooperate with the project department's arrangements and do a good job in rushing work. At this point, Zhou Wenqing's worries have been mostly eliminated, and he feels more determined in his heart, and has more natural confidence in the normal operation of the project department. After thinking clearly, Zhou Wenqing chose to send a text message to Zhao Manfu, "Mr. Zhao, I'd better not go to President Song Ziyuan to ask for leave. I will go to Kyoto with you to attend the training meeting organized by Boss Bai." After Zhao Manfu received Zhou Wenqing's text message, he smiled and replied, "Just figure it out. Remember to book flights for the three of us in advance." Zhao Manfu told Zhang Yunqing the news. Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou will not go to Kyoto for a meeting this week, maybe not because he is worried about the operation of the project department, but maybe more because he doesn't want to waste time in that meeting. In addition, when you arrive at the venue, you may have to say a few words. If you observe Mr. Zhou's personality, he actually doesn't want to participate in activities with too many people, as he will feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable." Zhao Manfu replied, "Maybe, this comrade is used to being free and loose. If he really chooses not to go back to Kyoto for the meeting, I will definitely be beaten by President Song again, and he will say that I have no management ability. Now he has figured out that it would be great to be able to go back to Kyoto to attend the training meeting. Leave him alone. Can you call and ask Manager Song if his work plan is ready? Why haven't you brought it to me yet? Logically it should have been there yesterday." Zhang Yunqing followed Zhao Manfu's arrangement. He took out his mobile phone, found Song Xiaoshan's phone number in the phone address book, dialed the phone and said, "Manager Song, Mr. Zhao asked you to print out a copy of the work plan that was discussed at yesterday's meeting. He needs to communicate with you in person to confirm it." Song Xiaoshan replied on the phone, "Okay, it's being perfected. Please tell Mr. Zhao about it and wait a moment." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Song Xiaoshan, he told Zhao Manfu the situation. Zhao Manfu didn't say anything, but the color on his face slowly darkened a little. He was obviously unhappy. He had doubts about Song Xiaoshan's ability and efficiency in preparing the work plan, and he felt a little doubt about the future of the Bowen project. An imperceptible worry. Zhang Yunqing was not familiar with these people, so he didn't say anything and could only wait quietly. Song Xiaoshan, who was dark, thin and short, walked in front with a few pieces of A4 paper in his hand, followed by a tall, round-faced girl. The two stood opposite Zhao Manfu's desk. Song Xiaoshan first introduced Zhao Manfu, "Chi-Chi, this is the Vice President of Production in our Nanhai area, Mr. Zhao." Then he introduced Xiang Qi, "Mr. Zhao, this is the art director assigned to the site by our art center. Xiang Qi, we usually call her Chi-Chi affectionately." Zhao Manfu stood up and shook hands with Xiang Qi politely, "Chi-Chi, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, it's my job. Do it first. Manager Song, find a stool, sit down, and let's talk again." Song Xiaoshan pulled up a chair himself and put it down next to Xiang Qi's chair. After sitting down, he sent the printed work schedule to Zhao Manfu and Xiang Qi respectively. After Zhao Manfu looked at the form, he raised his head and asked, "Are there any difficulties if I complete it according to this form?" Xiang Qi replied, "We have difficulties, Mr. Zhao." "What's the problem? Please tell me. I work at the art center. In principle, we can draw plans for landscape improvement either hand-drawn or in color. But I don't have the ability to draw construction drawings corresponding to the plan drawings. Manager Song, do you have any solutions to the difficulties Xiang Qi raised?" The current method we are thinking of is not very mature. I originally wanted to communicate with Xiang-Chi and reach an agreement. She would draw some hand drawings, and then we would communicate with Lu Yuza from Party A. If it passes, construction can actually begin. But there is only one construction drawing missing. Our people on the project can change the construction drawings into as-built drawings, but it would be difficult to draw a construction drawing entirely by yourself. Xiang-Chi, how was this done according to past practice? As a rule, after we have the schematic drawings, we can ask the company's design institute to arrange for their people to draw construction drawings to help draw the drawings. It's just that your current project is so bad that Party A is going to kick the company out. Can we still get the company's support? I will solve this problem, you just have to come up with a solution that is satisfactory to Party A. Song Xiaoshan said, I can come up with a rough project quantity based on the discussion opinions of the plan, and then the business department will prepare a corresponding quotation document based on this project quantity. In other words, a corresponding quotation document can be estimated in advance without construction drawings. Cost amount. Zhao Manfu said, yes, this solves the problem of investment quota. It takes 15 days for this plan to be submitted to Party A, which is too long. Can you complete a first draft and control it to the extent that it can be sent to Party A for discussion within a week? In this case, after incorporating Party A's opinions, I can make a plan that satisfies Party A in another week, that is, within the originally planned 15 days. Then the renovation was controlled to be completed within 2 months. Therefore, you must consider some related construction preparations in advance. Fill in the time nodes involved in these events in this work plan. Prepare the special report for applying for money from the company in advance. When the amount comes out, you only need to fill in the numbers. Song Xiaoshan nodded frequently. Song Xiaoshan and Xiang-Chi left Zhao Manfu's office in the Bowen project department. The two continued to discuss improving the work schedule. Xiang-Chi conceived the landscape improvement plan on her own, looking at the on-site photos of the first phase of the Bowen project from time to time, and occasionally recording her own bits of inspiration on A4 paper. Song Xiaoshan printed a copy of the revised Bowen Project Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Work Plan and brought it to Zhao Manfu for further review. Okay, this way, it will be clearer. You can arrange for all relevant personnel to sign and give me the originals, and each of you who signs can leave a copy. Okay, I'll go handle it right away. After going back and forth, Song Xiaoshan finally put together the Bowen Project Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Work Schedule, to Zhao Manfu's satisfaction. Song Xiaoshan, Xiang-Chi, Jin Haoran, Wang Bin, Zhao Dejin, and Zhou Qingchen, a total of 6 people, each exerted their professional expertise, and the office lights were not turned off at night. After 3 days and 2 nights of hard work, they finally made a, which I feel is pretty good, Landscape Improvement Plan for Phase 1 of Bowen Project, version 1.0. This version was reported by Song Xiaoshan and Xiang-Chi to Zhao Manfu. After approval, the relevant text plan and budget were printed out. Song Xiaoshan, Xiang-Chi, and Jin Haoran reported to Party A's on-site person in charge, Lu Yuza, for a round of communication. On the basis of this plan, Lu Yuza put forward a lot of modifications, requiring that some garden lights, lawn lights, underground lights, etc. be added in some locations. It was also necessary to add a viewing platform for fishing. There are some tall. The location of the trees somewhat affects the lighting effect of the owner. It is required to go to the site to take inventory and draw it on the map. It is also necessary to plant some spherical osmanthus with a diameter at breast height of more than 20 centimeters in the small courtyard of some buildings. After Song Xiaoshan, Xiang-Chi, and Jin Haoran accepted Lu Yuza's opinions, they invited Lu Yuza to go to the site together so that they could fully reflect these opinions on the drawings. Lu Yuza happily went to the site with Song Xiaoshan, Xiang-Chi, and Jin Haoran, while Xiang-Chi wrote down all the requirements more carefully. After Song Xiaoshan, Xiang Qi, and Jin Haoran returned to the project department, they mobilized 3 people from the project department, including Wang Bin, Zhao Dejin, and Zhou Qingchan, to re-improve and modify the Bowen Project Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Plan, version 1.0, forming the Bowen Project Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Plan, version 2.0. After Zhao Manfu's permission, Song Xiaoshan, Xiang Qi, and Jin Haoran came to Lu Yuza from Party A again with the Bowen Project Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Plan, version 2.0. This time Lu Yuza expressed that he was very satisfied. Lu Yuza arranged the 3 people to wait in the conference room, and later invited Su Sheshan, the cost manager of the Bowen project of Comba Group. As soon as Su Sheshan entered the conference room, he smiled and asked, "Mr. Song, I heard that your landscape improvement plan has been completed?" "It has been working on it for several months. We just came up with a plan, but your speed is really astonishingly slow." Not to be outdone, Song Xiaoshan replied jokingly, "Mr. Su, you don't know that the first phase of the project was originally a perfect work that took more than a year of careful craftsmanship under the guidance of Master Lu. You said this has just been completed, and the 1-year maintenance period has not even passed, so you asked us to come up with an improvement plan. We were also racking our brains to think about it, and for a while we didn't have any ideas on how to improve it. If the renovation is just to increase your Party A's cost investment, it will not be able to truly improve the quality of the project, and it will not be able to truly surpass itself in the landscape effect. It is not my style, right?" Su Sheshan criticized unceremoniously, "Mr. Song, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your bragging skills have improved. I think if I give you some paint, you can definitely open a dyeing room. Give you a ladder, you can definitely pick down a few stars." Song Xiaoshan's face did not turn red, and his heart did not beat as he replied calmly, "Haha, Mr. Su, thank you very much. I don't have the ability to fish in the sea or reach for the stars in the sky. But bragging and not drafting has always been my specialty." There was laughter in the conference room. Su Sheshan pulled up the chair next to the conference table and sat down and said, "Mr. Song, show me your plan. It also opens my eyes to see how you go above and beyond." Song Xiaoshan handed the printed version of Bowen Project Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Plan, version 2.0 to Su Sheshan. Su Sheshan flipped through page after page, and the venue seemed relatively quiet, waiting quietly. I could only hear the sound of Su Sheshan turning paper from time to time. After Su Sheshan read it, he put his hands on his broad face and rubbed it vigorously before saying, "To be honest, your plan really impressed me." Song Xiaoshan didn't understand, so he didn't answer. Xiang Qi smiled heartlessly and slightly narcissistically and asked, "Mr. Su, are you impressed by my hand-drawn drawings?" One advantage of Su Sheshan is that he doesn't like to offend women, so he was stunned for a moment and replied, "Beauty Chi-Chi, your hand drawings are indeed very beautiful, and they touched me a little bit." "That's good, it means my skill hasn't diminished yet." "Jin Haoran, metal worker, what are you doing? Don't you know what I'm talking about?" "Of course I do, Mr. Su, I know it was Chi-Chi's hand drawing that impressed you. I noticed that when you turned to her hand-drawn drawings, your hands betrayed you and trembled slightly." Su Sheshan patted the table very angrily and said, "Metalworker, you used to be quite honest and honest. How come you have changed now? It's like I don't even recognize you anymore." Jin Haoran had no choice but to continue to echo, "I am still the same person, I have not changed, my weight and height have not changed. If we must say there has been a change, it would probably be that we have become poorer." Su Sheshan was speechless after hearing Jin Haoran's answer. He could only ask directly, "Metalworker, do you know what our budget is for the Bowen Project Phase 1 Landscape Improvement Plan?" "I don't know. I didn't ask you before, and you also replied to me at that time." "I don't know. I didn't know it before, but that doesn't mean I don't know it today." "Then please tell us, Mr. Su. Our limit budget is 8 million. Your current version of the plan is 15 million. Yours is too exaggerated and exceeds the budget by too much. Please tell me how you set the price and why it is so high. Mr. Su, this price package mainly involves the application of quotas and the price of unpriced materials. Among them, the application of quotas is based on the application method of our first phase landscape, which has been approved by you. Except for the price of the unpriced materials, except for the large osmanthus and imitation wood railings, which originally had no unit price, the unit prices of the other unpriced materials are the prices in the price list of the first phase of the landscape. Therefore, my estimation of the cost of this project is not very accurate. If the total price exceeds expectations by too much, I suggest making appropriate adjustments to the improvement plan, subtracting some dispensable content and retaining some necessary content. Well, metalworker, I heard you clearly, you explained it more clearly. Although I saw that your price for Didangui is a bit high, there is not much room for price fluctuation. Lu Yuza, your plan needs to be readjusted, and the cost needs to be reduced by almost half. Gong Su, many of the adjustments to our plan were made based on the opinions of our leaders, and none of them seem to be discardable. Can you get some more money for the company to improve the landscape? It would be best to be able to fully meet the cost requirements of the landscape improvement plan we are now proposing. Lu Yuza, I'm not a leader, I'm just the budget officer for this project. Do I have such great power? There is no way for me to report an increase in the budget. If you really want to increase the number, you can find a way to apply for it yourself. I have something else to do, so I won't discuss it further. Let's discuss what to do next. After Su Shishan finished speaking, he stood up and hurried out. Song Xiaoshan asked Lu Yuza, Mr. Lu, what should I do? Lu Yuza spread his hands and said, Langzhao. You go back and wait for my news. I will try harder. It is indeed a pity that such a good plan is not implemented because there is not enough money. Song Xiaoshan, Xiang Qi, and Jin Haran greeted Lu Yuza, left the conference room, and returned to the Bowen project department. Song Xiaoshan reported the situation to Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu comforted him, Manager Song, you have worked hard during this period. However, the results are still visible, at least for now they have been recognized by Lu Yuza. If the money exceeds the budget, the matter is more serious, and not everyone can persuade the company to make adjustments. Therefore, during the few days you are waiting, you must think over it again and come up with a simplified version of the original plan. In particular, we must pay attention to the fact that the money is used a lot and is not used at any critical node. It must be cut off. Okay, Mr. Zhao. I understand. Let's continue working hard as a team. You should keep working hard. But you must also pay attention to the balance between work and rest. During this period, several of you will be awake. Just take advantage of this waiting time, so you can arrange to take a rest. No more work-related matters are allowed today. No matter how anxious you are, wait until tomorrow morning after you go to work, and then the few of you can discuss the subsequent adjustment plan. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhao for your concern for the brothers. I would like to give you another suggestion. In the process of adjusting the plan, try to bring along Party A's on-site representative and the person in charge of the cost. This enhances mutual understanding between the two of them. In private, we also strengthen communication and contact with them, and try to find out as much information as possible. Okay, we are quite willing and good at asking for information. The company has arranged a training meeting this weekend. Zhang Yunqing and I will return to the Nanshan project department after the meeting. If you have any questions, please call us. Okay, Mr. Zhao, please pay attention to safety on the road. After Zhao Manfu and Zhang Yunqing packed up, they each brought a suitcase and put it in the trunk of the car, and Zhang Yunqing drove back to the Nanshan project department. After Zhang Yunqing arrived at the business office of the Nanshan project department, Yu Danjun and Li Xishuan took the initiative to come to Zhang Yunqing's desk with notebooks and signature pens. Zhang Yunqing asked with a smile, I have been away suddenly for a few days. Is the project still going well? Yu Dongjin replied, smooth is smooth, but there are many things. There are many things that are certain. This kind of departure will become the norm in the future. It's going to become the norm so soon. I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. There are so many things happening all at once. If anything more can happen, it will still be the same things as before. Regarding the appraisal, I will come back at any time if necessary. For other daily business management tasks on projects, you can just start and go as normal. Shaoli, how is your workload during this period? My workload is not bad. Anyway, as long as I have some free time, Sister Yu will take care of me and assign some tasks to me. There is not much time left every day. So, you two are living a relatively fulfilling life. Enrichment is fulfillment, but I still don't have enough confidence in my heart. If you really don't understand something well, if you have any questions, you can call me or send me text messages. Don't be impatient when things happen, sort out the situation before making a judgment. When facing requests from suppliers, make your own judgment. If there are some requests that do not require an immediate response, you can answer them after going back and discussing them. Some things can be postponed for a while, but they cannot be postponed. Things that seriously affect the construction period must be solved in a timely manner. During this period, another batch of supplier visas arrived, and Shaoli and I went to the site to collect them together. Once you've confirmed it, just sign it for me. Okay, Shaoli will bring the visa form over later and ask Mr. Zhang to sign it. If you want it, I'll go get it now. Okay. We'll wait for you. Mr. Zhang, this part of the visa has been verified. Okay, I'll sign it for you after I finish reading it. These visas for the lower ones have occurred. Have the corresponding visas for the upper ones been processed? Part of the corresponding visa has been reapplied. Okay. When I gave the last batch of visas to Tao Ting, she arranged for me to hand it over to Ding Xiaohe from the cost consulting unit to review the budget before signing it for her. Which of you will follow up on this matter? Shaoli, you are often looking for that worker so that you can talk more easily. How about you follow me? I can follow. It's just the result of Ding's review. I'm not sure whether we should approve it or not. You can take back the documents reviewed by Ding Gong and give them to Yu Gong, and ask Yu Gong to prepare a gross profit margin analysis document. As long as it meets the company's gross profit margin requirements, we can basically agree. Good. Good. The three continued to discuss some recent events on the project. Zhang Yunqing informed the two that he, Zhao Manfu and Zhou Wencheng would go to Kyoto on Friday to attend this weekend's training meeting. Yu Dongjin expressed her uneasiness about the business of managing the project independently, so Zhang Yunqing had to patiently persuade her. For Shaoli, it's a bit simpler, as long as there are specific work arrangements to be carried out. On Friday night, the three returned to Kyoto. It was already very late at night, and they all checked into the Kulai Hotel booked by Li Wenwen from the business department. Kyoto, large conference room on the third floor of a Western architecture office building. Each seat has a sign with the name of the attendee. Everyone found their place and sat down. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. At the entrance of the conference room, a woman strode in. Her height was slightly over 1.6 meters, and she waved to everyone while facing the podium. There were more than 100 participants in the conference room. Someone took the lead in applauding, and then a warm welcome applause erupted in the venue. Who is coming? Of course, Bai Qingting, the chairman and legal representative of Western Construction Company, Limited, is here. Today's Bai Qingting, carefully dressed up and lightly put on makeup, looks energetic and capable from a distance, with her face filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. An administrative service staff member played the PPT file of Bai Qingting's speech in the conference room, and the big screen displayed yellow characters on a red background. Western Construction Company, Limited. Core Level Training Session. December 2011. Bai Qingting picked up the laser pointer on the podium and briefly adjusted it. Everyone's applause gradually decreased until it disappeared. Bai Qingting picked up the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, I am the chairman and legal representative of Western Construction Company, Limited, my surname is Bai Qingting. Does the introduction seem a bit strange? Yes, it's just weird, I feel like it. Normally I don't say that. The main reason is that among the 168 core members attending the meeting today, more than 100 are new colleagues who have joined in the past 6 months. Many of these colleagues have never seen me and may not necessarily know who I am. Well, let's get back to business. The core members of Western Construction Company, Limited. Hello. Welcome home." In the conference room, this time spontaneous and enthusiastic applause broke out, applauding for nothing else but just to welcome home. I am very happy to have the opportunity to hold this training meeting with 168 industry elites. I feel so proud to be with you. You are the backbone of Western architecture, and the development and future of Western architecture are in your hands. There are many new employees at the core level who have inquired through multiple channels as to where our Oriental construction training is, when it is trained, and what the training content is. What about the training agreed upon when joining the company? Some have been employed for half a year and have not received any training. These questions you have are actually my questions too. Think about it, your training is really difficult. None of the people meeting in this conference room today have less than 15 years of work experience. To be able to make it this far in the industry, in fact, you basically don't need any further training in professional knowledge. Although I started as a project manager, I am not necessarily better than your project managers here in terms of individual project management capabilities. At the end of last year, our company, Western Construction, was successfully listed on the GEM. I said this in 2003 when it was listed. I want to bring Western architecture to the market. At that time, basically no one believed me, and many people talked behind my back. Does Boss Bai want to draw us a big pie to satisfy our hunger? Indeed, the first time the company went public there were difficulties. After several years of hard work, it is now ready to go on the market. As a result, the entire market was suspended. The dream of going public for the first time was shattered without any warning. To be honest, this blow was too big for me. During that time, whenever I saw an employee, I felt like a fraud. It was a very uncomfortable time. Later on, I always dreamed of bringing Western architecture to the market. Preparations have also been made. After the listing application was allowed, we organized the application again. This time we seized the opportunity and finally successfully applied for listing in 2010. The venue burst into prolonged and warm applause. Bai Qingting's uncontrollable tears had wet her eyes. Silently put down the phone. Quietly pull out the paper. Gently, wipe the tears from the corners of your eyes. I'm sorry, I was so excited. The journey for our company to go public has been too long and too painful. Our entrepreneurial team finally got through it. When success comes, we gain a lot. In 2010, our annual output value was 500 million. Within 1 month of listing, our market value had skyrocketed, reaching an enviable 20 billion. This result was unimaginable before. It is precisely because of the successful listing that our Western construction industry has produced so many millionaires that we can't even count them. Dozens of multimillionaires were produced. There are not many millionaires who have made hundreds of millions of dollars, only a few. The venue burst into warm applause again, interrupting Bai Qingting's speech. After everyone calmed down, Bai Qingting took the microphone and walked to the middle aisle of the venue. As she walked, she continued to speak in a measured tone. It can be said that the listing of Western architecture is a wealth-creating movement. This batch of beneficiaries are people who have long followed Western architecture, who are not afraid of being beaten or scolded, and who are full of confidence and affection for Western architecture. The company went public. Development is also faster. Accepting business is a soft touch. All new business we receive are carefully selected internally. We will not accept projects with high risks and low profits. Projects that are too small will not be accepted. We are also considering whether we can no longer accept projects with an RMB less than 20 million or 50 million renminbi in the future. For this specific number, company executives will discuss and set a number for the marketing team. You powerful vice presidents of production, project managers, and business leaders must remember that during this period, you must not take on projects that are too small without the company's consent. Because financial statistics have told me that projects that are too small will directly lead to losses for the company according to the project department team currently equipped by our company. The company is listed and money is available. The hundreds of millions of funds raised after the listing are still lying in the company's accounts. Before the company went public, we were scared for a long time because we were short of money because of the difficulty in collecting payments. You say this person is also strange. I'm nervous when I'm short of money. Why is there no shortage of money now? Too much money makes people nervous. The conference room naturally burst into laughter, as if to say, look, there is money for this. Over the years, I have developed the habit of wanting to keep it there whenever I have a little money, and not daring to use it easily. Now I don't know if the money raised should be used. If so, how should it be used? What are the adverse consequences of using it? Are there any adverse consequences if not used? The people in the securities department haven't explained it to me yet. Of course, it's also possible that I don't have any financial knowledge reserves, so I always don't understand. In the first year after the company went public, this year, the entire company was immersed in excitement. I didn't react, so I didn't do much planning. Just let the company develop naturally. Yesterday, preliminary data from the company's financial statements came out. The output value completed this year is more than 1.8 billion. The volume of this output value is equivalent to more than 3 times the 500 million output value before listing. Our market value has also increased a lot this year, roughly stabilizing to around 35 billion. Today's Western architecture can be said to have a platform, money, and people. Why is it said that people exist? Before going public, I remember that there were only more than 50 people at the core level of our company. Today we have 168 people in the core layer, an increase of more than 3 times. The company's unstructured development this year has given me very strong self-confidence. I believe that through the efforts of all of us, we will have a better tomorrow in 2012. Applause rang out, and the participants were in high spirits. So, I figured it out. Training at the core level doesn't need to be called training. It can be called unity of thought, clear goals, etc. My original intention is to use the meeting to let our core layers understand what the company wants to do, to establish a good bond between the company and its employees, and to ensure that the company's orders and policies can be implemented in a timely and accurate manner, can truly come to fruition. 2012 is the year when we get off our shoulders and do something big. The largest serial number in our current business division is the 5th division. But in fact, some business unit establishment serial numbers are empty. I am initially planning to split our current business unit into 5 real business units. These 5 business divisions can go hand in hand and compete with each other in the future. This solves the problem where one business unit is dominant and other business units are seriously weak. It also leaves sufficient opportunities for advancement for the majority of core-level cadres. The bonus system will continue to use the original form of Production Value Award, Collection Award, Settlement Award, and Excess Gross Profit Award for the time being. There is also a bonus that I haven't fully thought about, mainly because it's too complicated. For listed companies, outstanding managers can be incentivized in the form of options. I have also started this and asked the Human Resources Administration people to study this matter. There was no applause at this point. There was sparse applause in the venue. Forget it, I don't even understand this option incentive thing, and I guess most of you don't understand it either. But those who applaud may understand what this means by giving employees options. Congratulations to those who have caught on. Guan said that he has brought good news to everyone for 12 years. So what does the company need employees to do when the company pays such high remuneration and rewards to its employees? What everyone needs to do is very simple. That is, no matter what the completed output value is in 2011, the output value target in 2012 is twice the output value in 2011. According to this plan, assuming that the output value in 2011 is 2 billion, then the planned output value in 2012 will be 4 billion. For specific figures, the company will release the 12-year plan goals a little later. At this training meeting, we can give everyone some information in advance. In this case, we have enough managers at the core level, but not enough at the grassroots level in the project department. The senior executives of the production system must quickly study the staffing standards for project department personnel and then promote them throughout the company. Regarding the issue of staffing standards, I would like to remind you that you can refer to the output value and project type to provide a recommended staffing list. For example, a garden landscape project with an annual output value of 200 million needs to be equipped with a project manager, a business manager, a production manager, 2 greening engineers, 2 garden construction engineers, a water and electricity engineer, 2 material buyers, 1 seedling buyer, 2 budgeters, and 1 financial teller. If you calculate this, the standard configuration for this project is 15 people. Of course, there are also necessary chefs, cleaners, and security guards, which can be reflected in the form of project entry, or a standard can be formulated. Speaking of standards, in addition to staffing standards, some standards can also be formulated. For example, formulate standards for car rentals, standards for prefabricated house construction, standards for renting houses, standards for Company 6 promotion, etc. We originally had some of these standardization issues, but they were not perfect and the implementation was not very good. For example, when it comes to Company 6 promotion, we often see that the project department is organized in a variety of ways. Some doors are double opening, some are single opening, some have the company's logo on them, and some don't have a logo on them. These things must be unified in the future. Everyone should be able to judge from these publicity as soon as they come to our project department that this is the standardized project department of Western architecture. We need to let everyone develop a conditioned reflexive familiarity with our projects. I just talked about bonuses. There is one more thing to add. Some colleagues reported that they had not received bonuses for many years and said that our bonuses were false and deceptive. This shows that there is a problem with our bonus system, and we are embarking on the reform of the bonus system. Although there are no plans to change the type of bonuses for the time being, we can try to shorten the bonus collection cycle. For example, I originally received a bonus once a year. In addition to the excess gross profit award, I think that the production value award, collection award, and settlement award, because of their simple calculation method, it is also easy to judge whether the target tasks assigned by the company have been truly completed, and they can be adjusted to be received once every 6 months. Bonus. If the bonus is allowed to float in the air all the time, it will make everyone feel out of reach, make everyone lose their expectations for the bonus, and at the same time lose their enthusiasm for work. Then every one of us here has committed a serious dereliction of duty and has not carefully considered how to protect the economic interests of ordinary employees. If we cannot solve the problem of how to give more to employees from the institutional perspective, then we cannot expect employees to be proactive and active in their work. System reform in 12 years is necessary. Let's think about it for a moment, and we'll allow you to ask questions later. I just thought of adding an interactive link to make it easier for everyone to understand what I'm talking about. I see that there are a lot of people entering and leaving the venue now, and I am tired of speaking. Just rest for 20 minutes before continuing. Zhang Yunqing, Zhao Manfu, and Zhou Wencheng had also been holding back for a long time and wanted to go to the toilet for a long time. After Bai Qingting finished speaking, they immediately rushed to the toilet, feeling that they were not used to Chairman Bai's long training class. Because there were so many people gathered together, the aisle outside the conference room still seemed a bit crowded. Familiar people met in the corridor, chatted casually, smoked cigarettes and briefly talked about their experiences. It can be seen from the few words that everyone is more interested in the question and answer session that follows. The Human Resources Administrator shouted to everyone outside the conference room, "Dear leaders, the break time has come, please return to your seats quickly." Participants returned to their seats in the conference room one after another. Bai Qingting picked up the microphone, manually prepare a microphone in the four corners. Whoever is allowed to ask questions, the nearest person will hand the microphone to the questioner. The four beauties each took a microphone that had been tested and worked normally and quickly got into position. Bai Qingting said, "The questions at the beginning are proactive questions. You have questions to ask me. The following questions are passive to you. I am here to ask you questions and test whether you have listened carefully in class. Are you just pretending to be a fake person? Okay, who's going to ask the first question?" So many people raised their hands to ask questions, and the enthusiasm for asking questions exceeded my expectations. "Okay, this guy from the east, give him the microphone." "Dear Chairman, I am very curious, after our Western Construction Company went public, which company leaders have already had a net worth of hundreds of millions?" Everyone burst into laughter. "Your question is easy to answer. There are three people, one is me, one is Qian Zheng, and the other is Yuan Fang." One more question. "Chairman, how much is your current net worth?" "In terms of market value, I heard it is more than 20 billion, but I don't have that much money. I need to use certain financial means to really turn it into a resource that is beneficial to the company. Please think about it carefully." One person is allowed to ask at most 2 questions. I'm afraid that the person just now will ask me how much money I have at my disposal. This is my privacy. For such questions, we should say hello in advance and stop asking them again. Even if you ask, you won't answer. It's a waste of an opportunity to ask. Okay, next one, the guy from the south. Please give him the microphone. "Hello, Chairman. My question is about options. I am very concerned about who will be granted the first batch of options and how much each person can roughly grant. The authorized objects of this option are managers above the core level who joined the company before the end of 10 years after the listing. The total number of people is estimated to be around 60 according to preliminary statistics. The number of authorized shares is different for each level. The lowest level is the deputy director level. This level is roughly 50,000 shares per person, which can be cashed out evenly over 5 years. As long as the company's goals for the year are achieved, the earnings per share are expected to be around 20 yuan. Additional rewards of approximately 200,000 can be obtained every year. The specific number of allocated shares is being formulated internally by the company and must be submitted to the regulatory authorities for approval before implementation. The next one, this one is on the west side. Please pass the microphone to him quickly. Dear Chairman, thank you for giving me this valuable opportunity to ask questions. The question I want to raise is about bonuses. When you mentioned bonus distribution, you excluded the excess gross profit bonus. According to my analysis of the company's project situation, although the data of Output Value Award, Collection Award, and Settlement Award are simple and easy to calculate. But his amount is relatively small. Please allow me to say something that may make you uncomfortable. These 3 bonuses can only be considered better than nothing. So, I wonder, how is the company going to cash in on this super gross profit bonus that is so attractive to employees? A good one is better than nothing. Aren't you afraid that I will shoot you on the spot? True advice is harsh to the ears, and good medicine is bitter to the mouth. The chairman was able to lead Western Construction to a successful IPO. I think your mind must be big enough to tolerate us. Otherwise, you would not have opened this question session. Well, that's enough to accommodate you. I will be generous today and forgive you. There was a round of applause in the venue, which alleviated the embarrassment of some of the questioners and those being asked. As for the excess gross profit award, it's not good to always be left undecided. Since you said it, this is more attractive to employees, which is what I want to do. Then I will be arbitrary again today because I have not discussed it with the senior executives. It is tentatively scheduled that after each project's upper settlement has been reviewed and all lower settlements have been reviewed, the excess gross profit award can be declared. As for when and what percentage will be distributed, I need to hold a meeting to discuss this matter with the senior executives, and then write it into the company's reward system. What do you think of this answer? Very good. It's more perfect than I imagined. Thank you, Chairman. Okay. The next person to ask the question is the person from the north. Hand the microphone to him. Dear Chairman, hello. What I want to ask is that if there are options for the first phase, have you considered the options for the second phase? The options for the first phase have not yet been implemented, and it is still a little early to talk about the options for the second phase. However, it is true that some colleagues joined the company a few days late, and as a result, they missed out on the company's options, which is indeed a pity. After we fully understand the options policy, I still want to do the second and third periods of options. It's just that I don't yet fully understand whether each period of options must be spaced 5 years apart. However, one thing for everyone to rest assured is that I want Western architecture to develop rapidly. For example, if the company's market value is now 35 billion, then I may plan to double this market value every year. Next year it will be 70 billion, and the year after that it will be 140 billion. In this case, our Western construction will become a company with a market value of 100 billion. I have this idea. How to formulate it specifically requires research and refinement by the company's relevant team. In this case, I think the second, third, and nth period options you just asked about will be gradually implemented as the company grows and develops. In the future, it is best to be able to stimulate options to every employee, and not only employees above the core level have options. I think this will be more conducive to stimulating the work enthusiasm of every employee, allowing everyone to think in one place, work hard in one place, and make everyone work for the company more wholeheartedly. Okay, next one, we can choose the one in the middle. Pass the microphone from the east. The four corners are all about the same distance. Hello, respected Chairman Bai. The question I want to ask is about employee promotion channels. Does the company currently have a written policy? Your question is a good one. Originally I talked about it later. Since you mentioned this issue now, let me talk about it. As for the employee promotion channels of Western construction, since we are a northern company, a large number of employees are from the north. Northerners believe in the Big Brother culture. This Big Brother culture was very beneficial to the management of the company when our company was still small and unstandardized. But now that the company has gone public, more new and outstanding colleagues have joined the company. In this case, the original personnel balance will inevitably be broken. In fact, in this regard, I also feel the conflict of personnel balance, which is still quite intense at present. It turns out that the comprehensive quality of some colleagues has not improved rapidly with the development of the company, and they still stay in the original old model and old methods. Of course, there are many employees who started the business together who are senior. These seniors not only refer to leaders, but also to some grassroots employees. Some employees have followed the company's development and have served the company for more than 10 years. Although their positions are not high, their positions are very important. These old employees have endured batch after batch of new leaders. In fact, they have summed up a lot of struggle experience. Most of you in this conference room are new leaders. You must be particularly careful when dealing with these old employees. For these old employees, you simply don't know which leader they have a good relationship with. If you do something slightly wrong, they may report it thousands of miles away with just one phone call, and you will still be kept in the dark. These things have led to the addition of our old employees to the newly joined elites. Their effect may not be 1 + 1 = 2, but may be a negative number. It may make things more complicated. Therefore, I have taken charge of the human resources system to study how to solve the problem of harmony between old employees and new employees. If the problem of promotion of old employees is solved, how to solve the problem of promotion of new employees. Among all newly recruited senior positions, priority can be given to the original old employees, but the prerequisite is that these old employees must have real management capabilities. You cannot deliberately improve old employees in a positive way just to take care of their emotions. In the future, when it comes to employee promotions, in principle, the completion of performance indicators will be the evaluation criterion. Salary increases for employee-level promotions and core-level promotions are controlled at around 30% each year. There may still be some loopholes in this policy, but it doesn't matter. We will try it out for 1 year. If any problems are discovered in the coming year, we can correct them the next year. Okay, if you still have no questions, I'm allowed to ask one more question. Okay, you have stood up and raised your hands. You know how to fight for the opportunity you deserve. Please pass the microphone to this person, counting from the front, the first questioner from the left in the 3rd row. Dear Chairman Bai, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask questions. My question is about the conflict between business personnel and production personnel. Nowadays, there is a big conflict between business personnel and production management personnel on projects, and they often argue, which often leaves us at a loss as to what to do. As a project manager, I often disagree with the business manager on the project, and I have no choice but to do anything about it. What I want to ask is, what can I do to resolve this conflict? You asked a good question. This problem is not only present in your place, but also in other project departments. Your project manager who has this problem also yells. Yes, 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 yes. Did you hear that? Not to mention that there are 30 project managers who have this problem, but there will never be less than 20 project managers who have the problem you just mentioned of the disagreement between business people and project managers. First of all, I want to emphasize that this kind of conflict is bound to exist. Everyone must understand that this is a corresponding flaw in the design of the organizational structure. We have also tried it before. The so-called project manager's overall responsibility system has actually become the project manager's one-note speech. This is a very scary thing. People on the project don't listen to anyone's opinions, only the project manager's. In this way, if you encounter a project manager with evil intentions, the project can be scrapped directly for you. So the risk is too great. Then we studied the problem and looked for solutions. It turns out that the matrix management method currently implemented can solve the problem of project managers speaking for themselves. What should I do about the problem you are raising now? How to resolve this conflict and how to allow the project to develop normally? No one may have told you before. Today, take advantage of this exchange meeting. I can explain to you the operating mechanism of this matrix management. You'll understand as soon as you hear it. This matrix management has 2 real lines, one is the production line and the other is the business line. The business manager in the project department is managed by 2 leaders, one is the project manager, and the other is the area business manager. The relationship with the former is dotted line management, and the relationship with the latter is solid line management. What does this mean? This means that the project manager can manage everything except the cost results and quotation data of the business manager, including but not limited to the business manager's working hours and location, attendance, bonus payment, promotion and salary increase, etc. The project manager is not authorized to judge whether the business manager's cost results are correct or not. Therefore, this matrix management has this natural contradiction in its design. So, who is responsible for the cost-result disputes of the project department's commercial manager? He is the business person in charge of the area. Within the area, he has the final say on whether the data on costs and quotations are correct and appropriate. If there is a dispute over the cost results of the business person in charge of the area, who will be in charge? He is the head of the business department of the business unit. If the cost results produced by the business department's business manager are still controversial, who will coordinate? The decision will be made by the business unit president. If a controversial lawsuit goes to the business unit president, the final decision will be made. It is the company's final decision, and there is no need to hand over conflicts. Otherwise it will be endless. Even if a wrong decision is made, the company will be responsible for it. The project manager in the project department belongs to the production line, and there is only one leader of the production line. The leader of the project manager is the regional vice president of production, and the leader of the regional vice president of production is the president of the business unit. Disputes are reported to each level and coordination is sought. Generally speaking, most problems can be solved in the production area. Bai Qingting picked up the mineral water prepared on the podium, opened it and took a sip. After a moment of pause, he said, "The time for everyone to ask me questions has been completed. Okay, everyone concentrates. Now it's my turn to ask questions. Third row, third from the left, please tell me about your understanding of matrix management." Thank you, Chairman, for your question. I understand that matrix management is the management of two main lines, one is the production main line, and the other is the business main line. The business main line positions generally have two leaders, one is for the business system itself, and the other is for the production system. The results of the business system will be evaluated and confirmed by the person in the business department. If there is a conflict, the final decision can be made by the president of the business unit. Yes, the answer is basically correct. Row 8, first from the right, you answer a question. In what year did Western architecture go public? It seems to have been launched in 10 years. Either it seems to be listed in 2010, or it will be listed in 2010. What was the completed output value in the year of listing? 600 million. No, this number is very important. Everyone must remember that the city's output value that year was 500 million. Within 1 month after listing, how many billions did Occidental Construction's market value reach? 20 billion. Okay, please sit down. The market value of 20 billion is clear. Row 5, number 6 from the right, you answer the question. What types of bonuses does the company currently offer? Thank you, Chairman, for your question. The company's current bonus types include production value bonus, collection bonus, and settlement bonus. No yet? It seems there is another one I can't remember clearly. Did you take notes during the lecture? No. This is because of bad habits, poor memory, and failure to take notes in time. Paper and pen are provided for each of you in the meeting. Come on, let's tell him together, what is the fourth award? More than 20 people shouted, Excessive Gross Profit Award. Do you like this award? Like. Row 2, number 8 from the left, you answer the question. Have you noticed the pattern I follow in choosing the people you ask questions? No, I don't find any pattern. It feels chaotic. The feeling is chaotic. Your observation skills are not enough, so you just rely on your feelings. If you know anything, please take the initiative to answer it. Okay, let me ask the colleague who raised his hand to answer my question. Dear Chairman Bai, hello. I noticed that the order in which you chose the people to ask questions just now is based on the direction, in order of southeast, northwest, and middle. Well, your observation skills are better than that of the previous colleague. Your answer is absolutely correct. First row, third from the right, please answer, how big of a project will Western Construction plan to take on in the future? Chairman, I'm sorry, I remembered one for 20 million and another for 50 million. I didn't remember clearly how big the project is and I can't take on any more projects. Your records are correct, but you don't know how big the project can be anymore. It's because the company has not set this amount in the first place. If this trend continues, I will tentatively set a number. We will not accept any more projects worth less than 50 million in the future. Row 6, second from the left, please answer a question. During my explanation, what did I mention that would be a serious dereliction of duty for each of us here? The assessment gross profit rate of the target responsibility letter has not been completed. This is very important, but it's not the reason why I talked about it. Think about it again. The collection task was not completed on time. No. The production value tasks were not completed in accordance with the requirements. No, you've already told me 3 times, and none of the answers are correct. Be more focused during the next meeting and remember important things. Sorry, Chairman, I really didn't remember it. Okay, sit down. Let me emphasize it to you again. If the bonus is allowed to float in the air all the time, it will make everyone feel out of reach, make everyone lose their expectations for the bonus, and at the same time lose their enthusiasm for work. Then every one of us here would be seriously derelict in our duties. I'm coming to your side and you can tell me. I said, assuming this year's market value is 35 billion, then what is our planned market value next year, and what about the year after that? Chairman, if the market value this year is 35 billion, you plan to have a market value of 70 billion next year and a market value of 140 billion the year after that. The data answer is correct. What is the logical plan? The plan is to double the market value every year compared to the previous year. Yes, please remember that the plan is based on doubling the market value each year compared to the previous year. The current output value plan is also planned based on doubling the output value of the previous year. You answer the questions. Earnings per share are expected to be around 20 yuan. The approximate additional rewards a deputy director can receive each year, that is, what is the amount of option rewards? I have no idea. He doesn't know. You're sitting on the sidelines. Why are you laughing? It's up to you to answer. Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't know either. I don't know, you still laugh at me. Isn't this a typical 50-step laugh 100-step approach? If anyone knows, please take the initiative to answer. If you know, please raise your hand. Okay, let me ask the colleague who raised his hand first to answer. The expected profit per share is about 20 yuan. The approximate amount of additional option rewards a deputy director can receive every year is 200,000 yuan. Okay, this estimated amount is correct. How many option shares are planned for each deputy director? It seems like 50,000 shares. It's either 50,000 shares or 50,000 shares. Your answer is correct. Sit down first. Although this colleague just answered correctly, there are still some problems. Many of us nowadays like to use this phrase as if it is, should be, or might be. Please try not to use words like this in the future. Especially those engaged in business work. You said you reported the cost of your project in tens of millions and the output value in tens of millions. You express it in terms that the cost seems to be 20 million and the output value seems to be 30 million. Tell me, where is the rigor of your data? How can you gain the trust of the leader who listens to the report, and how can you not make the leader worry about the quality of your work? That's all for today's question. I feel good about this effect. I can tell you what I said. I can also check in class to see if you understand what I said. What I'm talking about are all ideas, or policies that I came up with after research and thinking through feedback from all aspects of the company. Maybe you have also discovered it. Maybe I will generate new inspirations and new ideas in the process of explaining. The training meeting organized by Bai Qingting lasted for a whole day and did not end until after 10 o'clock in the evening. This training will have a greater impact on the participants. From Bai Qingting's speech, everyone realized Bai Qingting's eagerness to manage the company well, and also realized that it is also difficult to manage the company well. The personal experience of the participants is that working in such a listed company makes people feel very motivated. The company boss always thinks about his employees. There is also huge room for advancement for most employees. The format of Sunday's training was changed. People from each business department discussed and exchanged the content of Bai Qingting's speech at the core-level training meeting, and discussed specific implementation plans for some ideas. Discussions in each business unit will be recorded in written form. After these opinions are collected, they will be discussed by senior executives and then reported to Bai Qingting for a decision. Zhang Yinqing's discussion group, which consisted of more than 10 people, conducted a brainstorming experiment under the leadership of a Western architecture lecturer. The lecturer asked, everyone is asked to write on the whiteboard ways to improve the gross profit margin of the project. You can ignore what others have written and just write whatever comes to mind. Each person takes a turn writing their method in the form of words or phrases on the whiteboard. Lower costs, increase quotes. Make unbalanced bids when bidding. Be sure to check the price of flooring materials before bidding to ensure that the individual quotation list does not lose money. The materials provided were within the limits allowed by the specifications, lowering quality standards. Use design changes to eliminate loss list items during construction. Optimizing the construction plan. Reasonable labor subcontracting model. Streamline the project organization, rationally allocate project department members, and reduce indirect costs. Improving the professional quality of business managers. Strengthen cooperation between technical departments and commercial departments. The project department works with owners, supervisors, cost consulting units, etc. to create a good construction environment for project implementation. Properly allocate production resources, do not avoid production conflicts, and solve project problems in a timely manner. Control unproductive expenditures. After the lecturer waits for the discussion group members to finish writing, he arranges for the recorder to process the information written by the discussion group members on the whiteboard. The first is to remove duplicate content. Then leave the rest of the content and make statistics on the remaining content that everyone thinks is most important. These opinions were reordered so that the most important were put first. The lecturer said, "Thank you for everyone's cooperation. Today our forum has formed a relatively complete collection of methods to improve the gross profit margin of the project. Let's see, the result is that it will bring out many more different opinions than if we were to figure it out on our own, right? Yeah. So, please learn this brainstorming method in your future work. This method allows us to gather and unify everyone's ideas in a short period of time. It allows us to easily apply collective wisdom to assist our daily work. The example I'm going to talk about today is to write down ways to increase the gross profit margin of a project. In fact, everyone can draw inferences when necessary. For example, write down ways to improve the quality of on-site granite paving. For example, write down how to apply for a visa. For example, write down how to strictly control visa applications. For example, write down how to process and rush to the work schedule. Wait a minute, there are countless examples and needs like this in actual work. As long as you master the correct method, it can make everyone's work easier. The Minister of Commerce also spent 100 years talking to everyone about the work requirements and work red lines of the Ministry of Commerce. I hope everyone knows enough not to step on those red lines. Colleagues from the Compliance Department made a unified presentation of the company's compliance policies to everyone at the conference, announced a reporting hotline, and asked everyone to seek truth from facts in actual work, do everything for the benefit and development of the company, and not to do anything that goes against the company's interests. Inappropriate things. The working principles of the Compliance Department were also announced. Generally, they will not take the initiative to check compliance matters in the project department, but each project department is required to publicize compliance policies. One thing I would also like to remind participants is that all reports must be verified. Are there too many compliance problems? It will seriously affect the development of the department, so I hope everyone will abide by the law and not touch the red lines involving compliance. The purpose of establishing the compliance department is not to cause trouble for everyone, but to protect cadres and to safeguard the healthy development of the company. // me // me // read // read // app // The compliance department also tells everyone, just think more about the company at work. The compliance department will not punish people easily, as long as it makes sense and makes sense. Because the existence of the compliance department is actually a double-edged sword. First, does it make everyone's behavior more legal and compliant? Second, it does make everyone feel constrained. Therefore, the principle that the compliance department currently operates is that if there is no report, there will be no investigation. Everyone is required to correctly view and understand this problem in the compliance department. The 2-day training ended quickly. Zhou Wenqing took the time to go back to his home in Kyoto after the meeting, and made an appointment to return to the Nanshan project department at Kyoto Airport together. After the meeting, Zhao Manfu took the initiative to meet with some people, such as the person in charge of human resources Li Wenwen, Hua Baibai, Song Ziyuan, the person in charge of the financial center Feng Shilan, the person in charge of the art department Dugu Lingyun, etc., and of course he also went to Bai Jiangwen. Some small gifts were carefully prepared for each of them, such as tea, perfume, etc. They were all very small, exquisite and unconventional gifts. After finishing these things, Zhao Manfu was already very tired when he returned to the hotel, but he hadn't had dinner yet, so it wasn't a big deal. Zhao Manfu called Zhang Yunqing and asked, "Have you had dinner?" "I didn't eat. I have been communicating with Yu Dongjin about the project since I returned to the hotel." "Is it empty now?" "I just finished my phone call with Yu Dongjin, nothing happened." "Have you returned to the hotel?" "Yeah, I didn't eat either." "Come on, let's go out and find a place to eat." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the lobby." After Zhang Yunqing finished talking to Zhao Manfu on the phone, he took the elevator to the hotel lobby and waited for Zhao Manfu to come downstairs. Zhao Manfu walked in front after going downstairs, and Zhang Yunqing followed him tacitly. The two of them were walking and watching on the side of the road. Since it was so late, there was basically no place to eat nearby except for barbecue restaurants. The two discussed and chose a place that looked delicious. While eating and chatting, the conversation became more energetic. 2 hours later, the two of them left the barbecue stall still unsatisfied.